Dr. Brown work lies at the intersection of biomedical ethics, philosophy, and technology, and Black Latinx queer feminism and aesthetics. He was recently appointed chair of the International Neuroethics Society's Diversity and Inclusion Task Force, and today he'll be discussing findings from his recently completed series of MacArthur-funded workshops on the social impact of brain-machine interfaces. His title today is The Social Impact of Brain-Machine Interfaces, Structural Inequalities in Brain-Machine Interface Study and Practice. Thank you very much, Dr. Brown.
Thank you for the excellent introduction. Hello, everybody out there. I wish I could see your faces, but circumstances are the way they are, and we're learning to live with them. But yeah, today I'm going to speak a little bit about the series of, as Karen mentioned, MacArthur Foundation funded workshops that we put on over the summer. I'm calling this Social Justice and Brain-Computer Interfaces, Mapping the Terrain. And that's exactly what we'll do. We're going to think a little bit about how social justice and neurotechnology are intersect with one another, and how we can anticipate some of the social justice challenges faced by technologists, clinicians, and humanists working on brain-machine interfaces and brain-computer interfaces. So let's set an agenda. I'll say a little bit more about who I am, but I didn't expect Karen's introduction of me to be so extensive. So I'll move quickly past this. We'll talk about those intersections I mentioned a second ago between social justice and neurotechnology, starting from the more general and moving into the more specific. We'll talk about the structure of the MacArthur-funded workshops, and we'll look at themes and lessons from each of these workshops. And then we'll end with a few general observations. And I also should say at the outset that I want there to be as much time for questions and answers as possible. So I'm going to try to move through this material fairly quickly, but I have a tendency to ramble. So I'm going to do the best I can and leave as much room at the end as possible. So who am I? I'm a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Washington. Yes, I work on an NIH-funded grant that works on working on a project investigating the impact of brain-computer interfaces on user agency. We have a pretty weird and robust concept or notion of agency we can talk about offline, but we're thinking about neurotechnologies from the perspective of identity, privacy, authenticity, trust. Trust is going to be the big one for this session. I do use Black, Latinx, and queer feminist tools to investigate user experiences of neurotechnology, and that will also be pretty important to today's session. I worked in a center for neurotechnology. This used to be an NSF-funded center, but we've run to the end of our NSF funding. And now it's an interesting mix of governmental support, industry support, and internal university-supported research. It's turned into a very interesting place to be and do research, especially from the perspective of social justice. We can talk about that later. And I think that's enough about me. So let's start at a pretty high level. So neurotechnologies are presented as a means of transforming medical practice and interpersonal life. On the left here, we have the BrainGate project, which is use of highly invasive neurotechnologies to give people with spinal cord injuries and other kinds of injuries a means of controlling robotic limbs, computers, so on and so forth. This is a system that was, when it was introduced, a very robust system, but nowadays we want even more robust systems. On the right, we have Neuralink, which is a company started by Elon Musk, which purports to give us simultaneous stimulation and recording electrodes with very high bandwidth and resolution in a very sleek package. And so we have these sorts of companies. These are not uncommon companies these days. We have companies like Kernel, Neuralink. We also have companies like Facebook getting into brain-computer interfaces. Facebook recently announced that uh, they are working on an optical brain-computer interface that they're going to try to use for virtual reality, augmented reality applications, probably social media applications, because that's who they are. Um, and so these technologies are being pitched as a means of transforming how we practice medicine. Um, and so it's not entirely clear what the application of a device like these are. Well, right now we have certain disease modalities in mind. So things like spinal cord injury um, in the case of brain gate. But for Neuralink, we're not actually sure what they're going to use that system for. It's being presented as a platform. Um, but we know that these technologies can be the technologies that we rely on for brain-computer interfaces um, are built on foundational technologies that have the potential to enact um, racism, sexism, ableism. Um, and so on the left, we can see Joy Bowlam-Weenie's Gender Shades project, where they ran pretty rigorous tests on facial recognition algorithms to see how good they were at detecting different kinds of faces, um, faces of people with different genders, different skin tones, and so on. And we can see that um, women who have darker complexions have a higher chance of being misrecognized. Joy Bowlam-Weenie went on to do a project called AI Ain't I a Woman that interrogated this specific form of sexism that is embedded in facial recognition algorithms by taking famous Black women, pictures of famous Black women, and running them through facial recognition algorithms. Most of them were identified as men. And so this is a big difficulty. Um, Neurotechnologies these days are being transformed into simple systems that read neural activity and make decisions based on it, into technologies that make use of machine learning algorithms that that make decisions on the user's behalf, that classify and um, that analyze and classify data. And the facial recognition algorithms are just one specific case study of how these things have gone wrong. Microsoft released or demoed a natural language processing algorithm that responds to tweets on Twitter. Um, and it was named Tay, Tay Tweets. And this system went very quickly from being a very positive, um, interactive system on Twitter to being um, pretty much an oppressive force on Twitter. This system learned from the users surrounding it how to be racist, how to be sexist. And they subsequently took it down. But this is not the only place that we've seen these kinds of outcomes, of course. And people are using natural language processing algorithms to do all kinds of work. Facebook is investigating the possibility of using algorithms like these to identify people who are depressed and get them help quickly. But would you want a system like this um, figuring out if you were depressed? I don't think so. And these foundational technologies are developed within and through institutions that have ongoing histories of violence against marginalized people. On the left, you can see a photo taken during the Tuskegee syphilis experiment, the infamous Tuskegee syphilis experiment, where Black men were asked to participate in an ongoing longitudinal study of how syphilis affects the body. Back when they didn't really know how syphilis affected the body or if Black people were more susceptible to it. The researchers involved with this study were of the mind that they were doing a service to the Black community by dispelling the myth that they were recipient more likely to get the disease because of their own neglect, their own inability to be hygienic, or because of some genetic or physiological predisposition to the disease. And so they infected these men with syphilis and denied them certain kinds of care, and also gave them certain kinds of care. And eventually that study turned into one where they were essentially allowing them to die so that the researchers could see their cadavers, to see how syphilis kills. And this is very difficult. And to this day, there are some people who don't think anything was wrong with this study. On the right, you have Henrietta Lacks, who famously was diagnosed with cancer. Her cells were harvested, cultured in a lab for study. That study never really led to a treatment for her, and she died. But her cells were the first immortalized line of cells. They found that her cells would reproduce eternally in the right conditions. And so to this day, Henrietta Lacks's cells are used for all manners of experiments. They're her cells, they replicate immortally. But her family was not informed of this, and there were religious, spiritual implications. This is a big difficulty. Um, and and so there's a certain kind of financial disenfranchisement that happened in Henrietta Lacks's case. Her body was used in a way that she didn't authorize, and her family was not compensated for, and a certain justice was not done. And so while some neuroethicists consider the social justice challenges of neurotechnology, it's not a common topic. We generally think about the social justice challenges of neurotechnologies in I wouldn't say a narrow context, but you mostly see it in the context of the potential for enhancement technologies. So the possibility that enhancement technologies won't be distributed justly, that enhancement technologies will identify some people as deficient when they aren't deficient, and whether or not certain technologies are beneficial to people with disabilities. We've seen a fair bit of that kind of analysis, in particular when it comes to the use of things like cochlear implants by communities like no, by communities with disabilities, so the deaf community. Um, but it would be useful to neuroethics more broadly if we could gather the key players in this space so that we're not just doing disparate work, few and far between. Um, if we could identify the core social justice problems within neuroscience and neuroengineering, and we could provide a guide for future explorations. We would like more work to be done. While we do appreciate all of the work that has been done, we would like more work to be done. And it seems like these are just the things that we need to do to spur that work. So me and my colleagues, we put together 3 virtual workshops on the social impact of brain-machine interfaces. These were funded by the MacArthur Foundation. Um, my my collaborator on this project is Ryan Kalo of University of Washington School of Law. He is the director of the Tech Policy Lab. And I, of course, represent the Center for Neurotechnology, and we received support from both in this project. We were very thankful for that. We decided to do a series of 3 workshops because COVID-19. We had originally planned to do a half-day conference, but instead these virtual workshops turned out to be likely a better option. We were able to have 3 of them instead of 1 of them, but we were also able to cover a wider array of topics. And the topics we covered were bias and big brain data, right? So recognizing the impact of bias on big data that's collected from uh, neural implants, so invasive neural recordings that produce tons of data. Even in one patient, you get whole hard drives full of data. Structural inequality in brain-machine interface practice, and value-sensitive design and neurotechnology. So we were able to think about these 3 topics on 3 separate days. And I think it turned out very well. So let's look at the first topic, bias and big brain data. For this session, we had 3 folks joining us. We had Jillian Hugh and Karen Rommelfinger from Emory. And hello, Karen. Hi, Karen. And Laura Specker-Sullivan, who is now at Fordham University. And this was a very lively session, and it was a great way to kick off this series of workshops. We found that the perspectives of researchers, technologists, and clinicians shape how neural data is collected, stored, analyzed, and acted upon. And so I think a lot of us who work in laboratories, and me having been a humanist embedded in a laboratory, I've seen this firsthand. The way that devices are developed or experiments are designed directly reflects the values of the researchers designing them. We would like to think that this is an a-perspectival process whereby some objective group of people comes up with some objective means of ascertaining some kind of knowledge. But knowledge production is deeply perspectival. And some of the shapes that some of the ways that neural data is collected, stored, analyzed, acted upon, disenfranchise, marginalize, or even oppress whole groups. And I say ontologically oppress because it really does matter how neural data is collected, how it's stored, and what we analyze from it, and how we analyze it. When we do these things to data, we determine the categories of the data that we collect. We decide what's salient, what isn't, what categories can be applied to the data, what techniques ought to be used on the data to make it useful for a specific purpose. In other words, we make an ontology. We determine what exists. That's what ontos means. Ontology is, the root is ontos, and ontos means being. So we determine what being there is in the data and what it corresponds to. And this can marginalize people, right? Imagine, for example, our use of neural data to determine gender. Many studies are ongoing to figure out if we can detect gender using neural data alone. Just as controversially, can we use neural data to identify when someone's lying? Or even to identify that a person is who they say they are? Can we use neural data to determine a brain fingerprint? I think biological explanations of social phenomena are especially worrisome because these can encode harmful assumptions about marginalized people. This is Karen Rommelfinger's, these are Karen Rommelfinger's words in this session, and I think they're especially impactful. Yeah. But we also have to remember that biases are not necessarily harmful. We all have perspectives, yeah? And we just need to acknowledge and interrogate them. So why do we have the perspectives we do? Why do we have the background assumptions we do? Why do we have the beliefs we do? If we acknowledge our perspectives and interrogate those perspectives, we can better understand how they're impacting the way the data that we collect is being used. Neuroscience, tech, and ethics is cross, inter, and transdisciplinary. And this is a huge strength of our fields. In other words, to solve neuroscientific and neurotechnological problems, and neuroethical ones, if we're being honest, we have to think together across many, many disciplinary boundaries. We can't just be neuroscientists. We can't be just computational neuroscientists, and we can't be electrical engineers. We can't just be philosophers or anthropologists or historians. We have to try to understand many perspectives at once. And this is a strength because it gives us the ability to question our perspectives more so than if we were just a homogenous group of researchers or people working in a very, very narrow field. But we still have to embrace and incorporate more perspectives into neuroscientific practice because STEM is largely white and male, because humanities are largely white and male. We have to embrace more perspectives. In other words, we have to decolonize neuroethics, right? And so that means, doing more critical racial theory, doing more feminist work, thinking more about queer perspectives within our field, trying to bring those perspectives to bear on how the technology works. The second session was called Structural Inequality and BMI. So what do we mean by structural inequality? A lot of people are asking that these days, especially with COVID, disrupting our institutions, putting them on display, to be honest. Inequalities are structural when they are built into and configure the institutions and systems we inhabit. So instead of thinking about individuals and how they produce inequalities, right? Each person going, well, I prefer this person over that person. we can see the inequalities in the principles, goals, policies, and mechanisms of institutions. So, which projects get funded? Who evaluates these applications for the projects? Who wrote the call for applications? These are the kinds of questions we could ask about grant-giving organizations. But we could also ask the same questions about who gets into graduate school in neuroscience. We can ask the same questions about what kinds of programs were made available to high school students. We could ask the same things about requirements for ethics review. What things are required? What kinds of things aren't? And these are built into the institutions themselves. Karen, on the first day of our sessions, had a great turn of phrase, or used a great turn of phrase. We have to ask who is at the table versus who is on the table. And that's just calling our attention to the fact that sometimes the community of researchers doesn't at all resemble the people who are participating in human subjects research. And sometimes marginalized people aren't in either of those groups. They are neither on the table or at the table. And that's an unfortunate circumstance or unfortunate outcome. So we have to interrogate all of these systems and reconfigure them so that marginalized people get a seat at the table, receive uptake when they speak, are able to be the recipients of the technologies that are produced by companies and laboratories, and are neither targeted nor ignored by resultant technologies. Having a seat at the table, we know that that's important because, you know, technologies get developed without input from the communities that are going to be impacted by them. Uptake is especially important. A lot of times justice can be done by recognizing that a group of people exists in the first place. But also it's done when we listen to and act upon their words when they speak up. And of course, you know, distributive justice concerns are always going to be concerns. I once had a high school student, my first high school mentee, who's deeply worried that he and his community wouldn't be the recipients of the technologies that he was working on in his laboratory. And there was nothing that I could tell him that would make him feel better because I knew he was right. It's unfortunate. And of course, we saw earlier with artificially intelligent systems that we can be targeted by those systems as recipients for whatever kinds of harmful interactions we're used to. So we can be targeted for sexism, for racism, or we could be ignored by those technologies altogether, and that is often just as infuriating. Imagine a system that is meant to treat mental health conditions, but doesn't recognize your particular mode of emotions because it's trained on a model of white emotions. This could be very difficult. And the last session was on value-sensitive design and neurotechnology. And we asked a number of questions. We asked which values shape neurotechnology, whose values shape neurotechnology. Should we care about normalcy, health, flourishing, restoration, enhancement? But this is also reciprocal. Not only do we have values that shape neurotechnology, neurotechnology shapes our values. So how does it do that, right? So, and these are questions that we don't quite know the answers to. This technology is new. We don't know how neurotechnologies will change our values. We certainly do know that, with things like um, with transhumanism, the idea that at some point we will transcend humanity, or our current form as humans, embrace technology in ways that completely transform us. Um, we see a certain kind of a-perspectival, value-free, um, or at least certain values are left missing from that picture. To the point where Black people have to say, there are Black people in the future, and we have to assert that we will still be around, that somehow our racial identities will not be transcended once we transcend humanity. So we're already starting to see some movement there. Are human values universal? Are they bound to specific cultures and contexts? And we had a lively debate about this. We didn't really come to any deep conclusions, but it doesn't seem to be the case that we can just take it for granted that values like health are universal. The values adopted by technologists should reflect the values of the users of those technologies. Um, and that means that we have to really take a closer look at who is using the technologies. And disabled people are particularly vulnerable. Typically, we think of certain neurotechnologies that are meant for restoration of function as beneficial, where some people with disabilities don't want just a simple return to normal. They want to be who they are, but they also want to be able to move through the world that is largely ableist and largely um, discouraging of their existence in it. So, technologists should consider values in design by working closely with communities of potential end users to identify what values are important to them. And of course, as we said earlier, we should expand the number of communities that we engage with. We should develop working definitions of values. So we should be very clear about what those values are. And we should figure out what requirements designs should have to uphold those values. So if we're thinking about, a device that promotes well-being, we need to know what well-being is, and we need to know how well-being is exhibited or not exhibited by a device that we've designed. We need to identify how the device can be designed in a way that upholds those values. So we need to come up with design plans that fit the requirements uh, that conform to the definitions we specified, that line up with the values of the communities that we, sounds like a Rube Goldberg, but this is how it has to be. We also have to remember that infrastructures themselves are also technologies. They also should reflect the values of the people who interact with them. So, a few closing remarks. Throughout all of our sessions, this work was difficult, to say the least. Structural inequalities, if we're talking in terms of structural inequalities, are so deeply embedded in those structures, or those structures are so deeply embedded in our institutions that uncovering them can feel like excavation. And so we have to dig around to find the cornerstone of structural inequality. And then we have to uncover the entirety of that structure to just make headway on achieving justice for marginalized people. And doing that can feel like you're unraveling something, unraveling the sweater that you're wearing right now. And that's really difficult. If you're unraveling the clothes that you're wearing, you'll soon be naked, right? Yeah, I'm having a Weezer moment right now. um, and so addressing social justice challenges can feel daunting, precisely because it seems like to make very little headway, you have to address an entire pipeline of issues. Um, but these are social problems, and social problems have social solutions, and we can't take them on ourselves. We have to reach out to communities who've been doing this work forever. We have to reach out to other academics who've been doing this work forever. Um, and so, again, our diversity as a collection of fields is a strength. Um, Neuroethics is a deeply interdisciplinary field, and it should be even more interdisciplinary so that we don't feel like we're doing it on our own. Um, and that's it.
Wonderful. That is was a really moving and spectacular summary of some very complicated landscapes in neuroscience, neuroethics in our world. So fantastic. And naturally, we have some good questions that have come from that as well. I want to remind our viewers that we'll also have, following this, a discussion of a neuroethics framework that is being piloted, which will also weave in some of these thoughts too. So let me get started here with the first, Tim, which is one that is long, and let me get the main point out of it. It's that a question by Ilana Jones, that data collection is already used to highly target people to generate economic demands for products. And they're talking about BMI coupled with other automation technologies have the potential to revolutionize our economy, our evaluation of human labor, and potentially our evaluation of human value. So given that technology neural landscape, how is that going to, she wants to know, how is that going to impact humanity, and what will be the role of brain machine interfaces in ushering in the fourth industrial revolution?
So the problem
Oof.
is we don't know. We have
Yeah.
no idea. And in some ways, that's because we're determining it as we go. We have some inkling of how things are going to develop. Um, so, of course, we're thinking about, the increasing the economic demand for products. Definitely, we're thinking of that. And so the first thing I think of when I hear about Facebook developing a brain computer interface is that they're going to use it to figure out what we want, and give us more advertisements. Um, and of course, the group developing these brain computer interfaces are the Facebook Reality Labs, which has already put out. Well, Facebook Reality Labs bought Oculus, which was a virtual reality headset company, essentially. And they put out their first virtual reality headset as Facebook Reality Labs. And it's a standalone device, and there's a catch. While it's an entirely amazing experience to use, you need a Facebook account to use it, which means that whatever games you play are going to be linked in with the, the stuff you click like on, and your reactions to things, and of course this has to have the long end game of being linked to the sales of products. And in fact, Facebook's product is our data. That's the product that they sell to their corporate partners. And so um, how will BMI or BCI be used to usher in this fourth industrial revolution? It seems like it'll proceed the way it did before, by creating banks of our neural data to be analyzed and categorized in ways that are beneficial to advertisers. I think advertising is the one of the big threats, um, and we have to really look out for it.
Okay, great. Thanks for that thoughtful question and that thoughtful answer. Next
Mm-hmm.
question is Kelvin Jones asking about funding. At the funding level, would you advocate for end user engagement at the outset of neurotech development, i.e. low ranking for neurotech projects that do not include a representative steering group of end users. Okay, so this is about rating a grant and offering funding and the rubric around that.
Yes, absolutely. I think there's a tendency for um, people working on neurotechnologies to say that their work is basic scientific research. I think that we should incorporate some engagement with end user communities or potential end user communities into the rubric for these for funding, and also ethics review required by funding. I think to do anything else is a disservice. I know that it's sort of inevitable that if we ask for that kind of engagement, we'll get you know half attempts at engaging with communities of end users. But I think that if we figure out ways to evaluate um, the rigor and depth of those engagements with end users, it would almost certainly be a great thing.
Related to that, I was thinking, Tim, about your talk and how you're saying we need to identify and get the key players in the space to participate.
Yes.
Which and this is, I'm thinking in this context it's grants, but who do you think is typically at the table? Who's really missing in this conversation?
So in the projects that I've worked on, um, we typically do some reconnaissance without the community in mind at the table at all. We end up, just speculating on who would be impacted and who wouldn't be impacted. Um, and as a high level NSF funded center, one of our, or rather a thrust of a high level effort to incorporate neuroethics into a NSF funded center, one of our big tasks was figuring out how to reach out to specific communities. And I can say pretty certainly that, outside of the occasional focus group, that a lot of people are just not reaching out to communities of color and not reaching out to people with disabilities until it's time to test the device when they're recruiting for a study. Um, but so in some ways, it's a matter of when aren't people included. So there's a temporal aspect to this. But generally, a lot of studies operate in a vacuum. There are lots of groups that are trying nowadays to bring more groups in, but by and large, we the people at the table are, academics, device companies, um, and not even all the time neuroethics, not even neuroethicists.
Okay, great. Thank you. We have another really interesting question by Louis Li Wei Chong. Could you provide a salient example of how a given mental concept that we currently assume to be universal, like attention memory, could be selective for predominant cultural norms? And if how, BMIs that seek to regress from these concepts could result in biased or discriminatory sequences?
Okay, so this is interesting. Um, so I would think health, just flat out health as a value, is considered a universal value. We generally think that, the technologies that are produced by universities and medical device manufacturers are meant to improve the well-being of patients through some intervention. And that intervention is usually, I mean, even if it's not the best experience, if it leads to well-being, then it's worth it. A lot of times that's not the case. So um, I think the one famous example is the, the use of cochlear implants in the deaf community. The deaf community has a live and vibrant uh, culture and a distinct linguistic tradition of sign language. And parents of deaf children are worried that their children, if they use um, cochlear implants, then they'll be stuck between worlds. They won't be fully included in hearing communities, and they won't be fully included in deaf communities. Um, and so the values there, are often contested. If a person wants to have a deaf kid and chooses to allow them to remain deaf, um, a lot of people are critical of that decision. They say that the value of health and restoration should take precedence over whatever cultural worries you have about their ability to fit in. And that's really difficult. But in brain-machine interfaces, um, I can see the beginnings of similar controversies. So using deep brain stimulation for things like Alzheimer's, right? We typically think of Alzheimer's as a bad thing, just generally a bad thing. We want to make sure that people keep their memories as long as possible. And I think that was mentioned in the question. I think that was one of the. Um, but this idea that we should keep our functions at whatever cost possible, even if they produce stigmas about people with Alzheimer's, even if they participate in those stigmas, um, even if it leads to worse outcomes for the person because they're trying so hard to maintain these memories on their own instead of relying on their communities to help them remember things, or just allow them not to remember things and just make them happy. Um, these things can be in tension, and I can see that being an obstacle for brain-computer interfaces related to Alzheimer's in the future.
Great. And I think I'm just going to have this one last question because it leads nicely into the next session. We'll have a break after this question and then go into, we'll continue to answer a lot of these great questions in the chat in that session too. The question is, what can we as civil actors do to try to get ahead of abuse of BMI technology and usher in policy that will protect human rights?
Oh, this is a big question. um, so one great thing, yeah, this is a good segue into the next session. We can introduce frameworks that um, give everybody all the stakeholders, I worry about that word, stakeholder, that term, because a lot of stakeholders don't hold stakes. It's kind of a strange thing. But yeah, certainly to stave off the potential abuse of BMI, we have to propose guidelines for research, models of ethics engagement, whether that be embedding humanists in laboratories or leading discussions with them or consulting with them. I think all of these things are important. We have to do that. Um, Driving policy to regulate technologies that are already in the wild. Medical device companies have plenty of regulations on them. But what about startups? What about companies like Facebook, Amazon, so on and so forth? And I think we have to shine a light on the darker places in BMI research. People are moving toward cloud computing platforms and cloud storage platforms that are going to handle all of the neural data that we produce in the next 10 years. So that means that Amazon and Google are going to have that data and make programming interfaces to interact with that data. What kind of monopoly is that going to give them over neural data? What are they going to want to do with it? Are they going to want a piece of that action? So we need to think about regulation. We need to think about policy, and we need to do it now.
Okay, wonderful. Well, with that, thank you very much, Dr. Brown, for a fascinating discussion. Thank you, attendees, for your equally fascinating questions. And I hope that those that we didn't quite get to answer, you can kind of put in the back of your mind and bring into the next session. First, we're going to have a 10-minute break, and at 11 o'clock, we encourage you all to come back on to talk about the IEEE Brain Neuroethics Framework. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks for the great questions.
Let me see if I can get Ina to help. Ah, okay, Tim Brown got turned into attendee. Yes. Please make Tim a panelist. Okay, great. Sorry for the little technical glitch. We're now back on board, and it's exciting for me to be able to introduce this panel, which is a second part or a complement of our initial keynote with Dr. Tim Brown. So this is a session where we're going to be talking about the IEEE Brain Neuroethics Framework. And the two panelists that we have discussing the framework initially or introducing it will be Dr. Laura Cabrera, who is an assistant professor at the Center for Ethics and Humanities and Life Sciences, and also faculty in the Department of Translational Neuroscience at Michigan State University. Her research explores the attitudes of the general public towards pharmacological and neuromodulation interventions, and she has a huge body of work that you should go check out on her website. Our other panelist is Dr. Jacob Robinson, who is an associate professor of electrical and computer engineering at Rice University. And his research group uses nanofabrication technology to create devices that can manipulate and monitor neural circuit activity. And you should also check out his lab because he does a large breadth of work there as well. Both of them are members of the IEEE Brain Neuroethics Subcommittee who helped design the IEEE Brain Neuroethics Framework. And we're lucky to have them both here today. And then we'll have a bit of comment and Q&A with the participants with Dr. Brown as well. So thank you very much, Dr. Robinson and Dr. Cabrera. Would you like to get us started?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Karen, for organizing the session and the introduction. Let me see if I can get this going. And share my screen. This may work. All right, trying to do my best here. Oh, my apologies. All right, well, I'm gonna multitask. So as I figure out how to share my screen appropriately, I'll go ahead and give you guys introduction of what I'll be talking about today. So as Karen mentioned, my day job is a neuroengineer. So I am not an ethicist. And so with that in mind, what I wanted to do today was share a perspective of what it has been like as an engineer to engage with ethicists with the hope that when we build the neurotechnologies, a lot of the types of things that Tim was talking about in the earlier session, that we do so in a way that considers the ethical implications of our work. And so this has been a journey really to interface with ethicists to build a community around kind of a joint venture of developing ethical neurotech. And I really cannot seem to get this to, let's try this. Okay, so do you guys see 2 slides or 1 slide?
We see 2 slides.
All right, well, let's fix that. Okay, do you see 1 slide now?
Great, 1 slide.
Okay, great. Okay, now I do this work with IEEE, so that's primarily who I'm representing today. And this is a joint venture with many great people. Paul Scheida and Jose Carmena are the co-chairs of this. And Sinquin Hawkins, the program manager who helps keep everything together. Now, what I wanted to do today was describe a little bit about why I think IEEE might be a good example of how we might include neuroethics in the development of neurotech. And to do that, I want to give you guys a little bit of a background. Some of you may be familiar with IEEE and others might not be. I want to give you a background of what IEEE is and why I think it has a role to play in developing a neuroethic framework for neurotech. So I'll begin by talking to you about our organization, and then about this is mostly going to be my personal observations about the landscape from a perspective of an engineer. By an engineer, it's going to be like me. So when I say engineers, I'm probably talking mostly about myself, although I'll try to do my best to represent the other viewpoints that I've picked up through these various working groups. And I'll talk about how we've been able to use this work to develop a framework that hopefully will help serve as guidance for engineers as we develop next generation neurotech. So IEEE stands for the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, and it is the world's largest technical professional organization. So think of SFN, or I don't know, as INS, or some of these other organizations. They're in very much the same vein. That's what IEEE is. But we have, I think, a unique position in that we represent a large number of people. And then it's very international. And because of that, we can do all the things that societies tend to do. Education, put together conferences and publications, but we also have the ability to influence standards and roadmaps. And I think that's one of the things that makes IEEE special. So when we think about, let's to give you an example of standards, you're all, probably connected to Wi-Fi using some 802.11 dot whatever. These standards are put forth from IEEE, right? So it's a group of engineers from the community who get together and they decide, okay, if we want to build a device that can connect to the same internet, we all need to agree on the specifications for those types of devices and the performance of, let's say, your router, and that it will be compatible with a device that's made by another manufacturer. And you don't want to leave these standards up to any one company because obviously they'll act in their own best interest. And so we do the best we can to bring many companies together, engineers and academics, to decide on what is going to be the best set of standards for the community so that we can all build technology that can work together. Similar things we do in roadmaps. So we say, okay, well, this is a technology today. What is the technology? What is the next generation technology going to look like? And how can we develop the entire technology chain in order to support that next generation technology? So for example, 5G, right? We need to develop both at the towers and the phones and everything that's going to be compatible with the next generation, and what is going to come after that, et cetera, et cetera. And so this work that we do to develop standards and roadmaps, I think, will be something we can leverage to try to guide the development of neurotechnology. And that's where I think IEEE plays a special role. Now, the way that we're organized is into student sections. So at your university, if you're at a university, you probably have an IEEE chapter. We also have societies, and the societies are connected to technical specialty areas. So there are in total 38 societies. Here, their logos are all jumbled together like some kind of NASCAR thing, but I'll highlight Signal Processing Society, Antennas and Propagation, Solid State Circuits. So when we talk about, let's say, 5G, it's going to be work between Antennas and Propagation Society. It's going to be work with IEEE, Signal Processing Society, et cetera. And what we've, from time to time, new technologies emerge. And when they do, they might not fit neatly into one or two of these societies. For example, big data really spans a number of societies, digital reality, things like AR and VR, and neurotech doesn't really fit neatly into any one of these societies. And so what we do is we start a new initiative that's going to bridge multiple societies. And then over time, these new initiatives can become a technical community embedded in one of these societies, or maybe one day a society in and of itself. And so that's what IEEE Brain is. It's a recognition that there's going to be a number of electrical engineering technologies that are going to combine to make next generation neurotech. So our mission, so this was founded back in 2015 by Paul Scheida and Jose Carmena. And we're really focused on technologies that improve our understanding of brain function. So things that are beneficial for neuroscientists, as well as things that are beneficial for biomedical communities, where we might want to reverse engineer neural circuits for new therapeutics. And we're looking at new approaches to interface the brain with the machine. So a lot of what Tim talked about in terms of brain-computer interfaces that might augment the human-machine interaction, or as I mentioned, mitigate the effects of neurological disease and injury. And as I mentioned, the value proposition for IEEE is that we can bring the tool developers together and represent them as a collective without necessarily advocating, I guess it'd be hard for any one lab or one company to advocate for these kind of standards and roadmap, but as a collective, I think we can do that. And the hope is that when we put out these white papers or these standards, it can be relatively unbiased in that we're trying to represent the group of engineers. And so I think this is a loaded term here, but the dream is that this is unbiased. Obviously, we're bringing a lot of biases into these decisions. Okay, so that's what we're trying to do. And IEEE Brain, imagine this, I talked about the society, and IEEE in general is having these many activities. IEEE Brain has kind of a mini version of all of this. So our kind of niche within IEEE has activities and publications and education standards, conferences, et cetera. And we decided that it was important for us to create a new branch in terms of neuroethics to try to help guide the technology development, as I mentioned. And you may be asking, maybe not. I'm going to answer this question for you anyway. Why now? So I think it's obvious that we should be thinking about 5G or 6G because we have cell phones on 4G, right? And so we know that there's a technology coming down the road that is going to be an incremental or maybe potentially large advance over what we have today. But that doesn't seem to really be the case for neurotech, at least for brain-computer interfaces. The field is not nearly as advanced as we have for, let's say, wireless communication. And so is it really the right time they start thinking about standards and roadmaps? And I think the answer is definitely yes. So here's why. So I'm going to pause this for a second. So when we think about kind of state-of-the-art brain-computer interfaces, I'm going to use a couple of examples. This isn't comprehensive by any means. But one example would be a cortical visual prosthetic. And this is work from Daniel Yosher and Michael Beauchamp at Baylor College of Medicine, along with Second Sight. And this is a device that has a bunch of electrodes here that gets placed over visual cortex in a fairly invasive surgery. And what it does is it stimulates visual cortex to give this patient a sense of sight. It looks like kind of bright flashes of light or phosphenes. And you'll see that this in a dark room in front of a computer monitor. This patient, who is completely blind, is able to kind of move his head around and kind of see where that little square is and put his finger on it. And this is the pattern of electrical stimulation that is being applied by these electrodes here. Okay. Now, the dream that many people have is that we'll have technologies like that have been proposed by Neuralink that Tim mentioned earlier today that might connect you to AI, or Facebook is looking at brain-computer interfaces that would allow you to connect to your social media, to potentially send text messages. There's an announcement actually earlier this week from a company called Kernel, who's developing non-invasive brain-computer interfaces. So these types, and also mentioned DARPA through their program N-Cubed, is looking at neural interfaces for the warfighter. In full disclosure, I'm a performer on this project, and we lead a team to create direct brain-to-brain communication. So I bring all this landscape up to highlight the fact that there is a huge gap between the current state-of-the-art brain-computer interfaces and where we think the field is going. And so we're not there yet. And in fact, I would say that we have time. How much time, we don't know. But there's going to be a long time before we really realize these types of technologies. And you might be saying, okay, so like what? It's going to be a while. Why even worry about it now? And maybe some of you will be saying like, hold on, let's just like stop, because I don't want Facebook to be able to do these kinds of things. I'm perfectly happy turning off my phone and feeling like, Facebook is not a part of my life. And I think we can argue that whether or not we want to stop this is almost irrelevant, because the technology is going to be going forward. And part of the reason why is that, we look at technology today, we're really only using it for patients who are critically, who are completely blind, people who have a very high need for a visual prosthetic. And they're willing to tolerate significant risk, right? This is an experimental device. You have to perform some kind of a surgery. And so there's no way someone is going to say like, hey, you know what? I also want to do this thing so that I can update my Facebook status. Like, the risk to the benefit really, that value proposition really is not there. So, so maybe we don't have anything to worry about, but in order for us to treat these patients more effectively, we want to reduce their risk, right? If we could create a minimally invasive device that had the same functionality, why wouldn't we? In fact, we should. Maybe we might even argue they have a moral obligation to make these devices safer and less invasive for these patients that absolutely need them or want them. And so what's happening is that engineers, myself included, are working on creating higher bandwidth devices, things with greater channel counts, data rates. And that means that we have better performance. And so a patient who might not, let's say, be completely blind, but significantly visually impaired will say, look, I'm willing to tolerate this kind of risk because the performance is there for me. Or maybe the risk is a little bit lower for me. And so over time, technologies are working to both improve performance and reduce risk. And so we're going to see devices like these begin to penetrate markets that would otherwise not be considered for devices if we were to take them as they are today. So that's kind of the perspective that we have. There's a white paper going around right now that we developed on the future of neural therapeutics. And, described another way, technology is pushing to create more complex devices, higher channel counts, like I mentioned, more capabilities. They're relatively risky. We're going to go through a clinical development, through the regulatory process and work with patients. But over time, and as we advance our knowledge, these devices will become less and less risky. And at some point, we might be able to develop devices that get simpler and avoid the risks, and perhaps you can bring them direct to consumer. This is something that perhaps Facebook and Kernel are working on. And so basically, this is happening, whether we want it or not. And so the question then is, can we make sure or do our best to ensure that these technologies, when they are brought to market, are brought in a responsible way? And what we mean by that is that can they do the most good while avoid doing bad? And it sounds kind of ridiculous and like I'm talking to my 3-year-old, but I bring this up because the more I spend time with neuroethicists, I realize that words mean things words mean different things to different people. And so this idea of what is good and what is bad is actually very subjective. And so when we think about bringing these technologies from the engineers to the patients, there are a large number of stakeholders, each of whom might have different ideas of what is good and what is good and bad. And this is actually where we've, as we've been developing frameworks for neuroethics for engineers, we really realize that there is some challenges in developing these kinds of guidelines. And we can even zoom in on any one of these groups, for example, investors, and realize that investors are not monolithic. There are entrepreneurs and who invest their time as well as their personal money. There are venture capitalists and philanthropists. And you can argue that universities are also investing some of their endowment and their resources. And they all have different motivations and incentive structures. They all have ideas of what is kind of good outcomes and what is bad. And so this creates a very complicated landscape. I guess the challenge is often I feel like when we have these kinds of workshops and meetings, we end up with lots of questions and very little answers. So I'm just trying to give you a sense of what I've kind of learned through these meetings in terms of the complexity of the landscape. Now, one of the things that often comes up during these discussions is that everything that I've described so far could be true of any biomedical technology, right? We have engineers, we have the patients and the consumers, and we have a bunch of people who kind of influence those decisions, from investors to insurers, et cetera. So are we even considering anything that's different? And I think the answer is yes. And this is actually, I think Karen has brought this up a couple of times in some of the meetings we've been at, is that people really feel differently about technologies that go into their brain than they do about technologies that would, let's say, go into their liver, right? If I had a liver implant, I don't think we would see the same kind of reaction from the public, from the media, as we do for things that go inside the brain. So that we know intrinsically there is something different. And I think that that has an effect on the types of communities that become engaged in these processes. It has an effect on the way that the public engages with this, as well as the media. And I'll mention a little bit about impact investors. These are investors who are looking for financial returns, but are also looking for a social impact of supporting this type of work. And I think that that draws out a very interesting group of people. These are people who want to take money that they have earned doing something else and invest it in things that will affect your brain. And that, I think, is very interesting dynamic, and maybe something to be something we can discuss on the panel discussion. And we've been able to engage with these groups of people through IEEE. There was a meeting in early 2020 when we could actually meet in person. Actually, very shortly after this, we could not. So this was like I think this might have been my last trip. And we got together with people representing investors from Silicon Valley, so entrepreneurs, neuroethicists, and engineers like myself. And we tried to develop like some guidelines. How can we ensure that as these technologies are developed, we do so ethically? And we produced a document. It's at brainmind.org. But honestly, I felt like it was a very frustrating and difficult experience, in part because there was, as we learned after a full day, just a fundamental lack of trust between the two communities. And I think I'm going to try to encapsulate some of kind of the core of where I perceive this lack of trust, is that the perception from the investor community of ethicists is that these are the people who like have a set of rules, and they're the police. I'm going to tell you like what is good and bad and what you can and can't do. And when you talk to an entrepreneur, they don't want somebody necessarily telling you like slow down, stop, and fill out some kind of form. And they see this as an impediment to the work that they want to do. This is not to say that they want to act unethically, but it doesn't align with their culture. From the standpoint of, I think, many of us who are at the meeting, the perception in the investor community is that they're just looking for a way that they can continue to kind of have some kind of return. Maybe it's a personal return, or maybe it's a financial return. And they're looking at ethics as something that they can check the box and say, we did ethics, so don't get mad at us, and now we're going to plow forward, because they see kind of the backlash to social media companies. They want to say like, oh no, we're covered. We talked to ethicists, they gave us the green light, and so we went ahead. And it was honestly really hard to break this down. And so I think going forward, my thought is that we really need to take more time, and maybe it's through meetings like this or other ways, to build a stronger community of trust, because without that, it was very difficult for us to make progress. And to make progress, we need likely to work within the incentive structures for the communities that we are trying to interact with. Now, I had similar meetings between neuroethicists and engineers, and I have very different experiences, in part, I think, because these communities share existing foundations of trust. And I'm speculating a little bit, but I think it's likely because we share kind of an academic background, and many of the neuroethicists were former neuroscientists or engineers. Few of the engineers are former ethicists. But nevertheless, these communities had similar backgrounds. And so we were able to move, I think, relatively quickly to focus on what are the shared goals of developing some kind of neuroethics frameworks or guidelines for the developing of technology geared specifically for neuroengineers. And with that in mind, we were able to understand what are critical values for engineers that would be needed for an effective guideline. And you know, the outcome of this process, and I'll tell you a little bit how we got here, is that the engineers advocated strongly for frameworks that were concise and easy to navigate. They don't want to consume the entire neuroethics literature. It's expansive. Where do we even start? We want to be able to jump right into the content that's directly applicable to the work that I'm doing, so that I can learn what I need to learn. And there's genuine desire to understand what we are, the ethical implications of our work, but we want to be able to do so efficiently. The second thing that was really important is they want to ensure that the material they're consuming is current. And that means that whatever we generate needs to be easily updated, so that 2 or 3 years as technology moves forward, the content does not become outdated. And so after long discussions, we came up with the idea, which I actually think is actually kind of nice and innovative, is that we would organize our guidelines as kind of a matrix, where across the top, we would see the technologies that we might be working on in the engineering community and the applications of those technologies. For example, if I'm working in a lab and I'm working on stimulating electrodes like DBS therapies, right? They don't do any recording. There's no closed loop control system. There's no physical modification, and there's no exoskeletons or anything like that. It's just stimulating. And I happen to be working on wellness, something that, or in this case, education. It's not really a medical technology, so I don't, maybe I don't go through FDA. And I'm really thinking about how I can improve or facilitate learning, and what are the things that I need to consider as I develop these kinds of technologies. So I don't need to consume the entirety of this framework in order for me to hopefully get the relevant information that I need as an engineer to inform my decisions going forward. The other nice thing about this is that then, as technologies change, we could add columns if something new comes along, or if, for example, there's major advances in stimulating electrodes and we really need to update this section, we know exactly where to go, and I can click on this box. The other thing is that this would be a living document. It's not, a stack of papers. This would be something that would exist online, and it could be navigated like we would, a website. I'll mention just a couple of things about these categories. I think Laura is going to go into more detail, but I'll mention that it took a lot of work for us to kind of come up with 5 technology categories that we felt encapsulated the different types of neurotech and what might have different ethical, legal, and social implications. And so I put this out there as maybe a resource for us to think about categorizing things if we want to further that discussion. So I want to finish by telling you a little bit about how we got here, as maybe as if people are looking at developing similar types of framework engineered for their own community, I'll tell you our process, and happy to talk about what I think was successful and more challenging. So we began by an in-person workshop where we sat around in a very tiny room, and for a full day, we just brainstormed about what would be the right way to guide the community. And that's actually where we came up with this idea. You can see the early foundations of this matrix kind of being sketched onto this piece of paper by Jim Giordano. What was good about this is that we were really forced to interact. I think it was almost equal representation between engineers and ethicists, and that I would say honestly, the early part of it was just learning to speak in similar styles. And then by the end, we were able to kind of come together with kind of a shared vision of what a document would look like. Now, everything wasn't finalized by then. We had a period of time where we kind of went back and forth, refining this. We had several calls and email chains in order to come up with a refined version of this matrix. We then crafted a flyer that we distributed at SFN and IEEE conferences. We blasted people by email. We had booths at these conferences as well. And we called for comments from the community. You know, are we missing anything from these categories? And would you like to help fill this out? We were really looking for volunteers because IEEE is an entirely volunteer organization. So after that period, we then took the volunteers and divided them into working groups that would address one row in these matrix, in this matrix. So we had a medical working group, wellness, education, et cetera. And these working groups were about 6 to 20 volunteers. And within each working group, we assigned one ethics mentor and one engineering mentor who were leading the work. And they decided how we would meet and how we would organize the content for that document. We then developed a template and shared those across the working groups and began working at these either once or twice a month meetings to begin to populate the document. And then every couple of months or so, we have meetings from the mentors across the working groups to make sure that the work that we're doing is at least aligned so that it looks like some kind of a coherent framework when we're done. And so I'll share, I guess, at a high level, the challenges and lessons learned. Again, this is just my perspective. I do think that these frameworks are a really useful approach because it allows us to serve specific stakeholders in a way that they understand. Engineers understand a matrix. I can click on a box, I can get that, and that information is really fast. That's actually a very, that aligns with my values. And I think, you know, the frameworks for investors or for other communities might look very different because it would align with a different community. So in addition to doing that, I think just the whole process of sitting down at the same table and trying to come up with a document really helped to build that sense of culture and trust between the two groups. So I think that even if the framework turns out to be like not super useful, I think the experience of building the framework has created a stronger sense of community between these two different groups. And the final thing I'll mention is that, you know, there had been times where you know, the discussions had turned like, look, you know, working with this particular group is just so hard, maybe we just shouldn't do it. You know, I bring this up in terms of, you know, certain investor groups. You might feel like, I don't really feel like we should really engage with them. And I think that you could argue that, you know, might be true for any interaction with a particular stakeholder. But I think the converse or the downside to avoiding those interactions is that technology is going to proceed forward regardless. So I think if we don't do anything, technologies are going to be developed. And so I think it's important for us to start now so that we can ensure that this, you know, concepts from neuroethics get integrated into the technology development pipeline. So with that, I wanted to wrap up and thank all of the people who were participated in this work, including from IEEE, the people who you know, co-chair that with me, Paul and Jose and Sinquen, who's right here, and all the people who participate in these various working groups. I tried to give you a very lightning, quick summary of. Their names are listed here, and you can find more information on the IEEE Brain website. For information about the Brain Mind meeting, you can go to their website here and learn more about the participants. And I want to make sure I wrap up with enough time to give Laura a chance. I think Laura Cabrera here was integral to developing this framework. She was there at the first meeting, and then Laura and I worked together on the medical working group. And I think she's going to talk a little bit more about the perspective of an ethicist working with engineers. My apologies, Laura. And I think I will see if I can stop sharing because I can't see anything. So maybe there's questions. Karen might be rolling her eyes. She looks okay.
We'll go ahead and do the questions after Laura presents, if that's okay with you.
Absolutely.
I'm trying to find out which screen I'm the one supposed to share. Okay, let me see. What are you seeing? One or?
One slide,
Okay.
an engineer neuroethicist perspective.
Yeah, so I'll try to be brief for the sake of time. And I think Jacob already covered a big chunk of what we were intended to cover for this talk. So I actually have I'm one of those rare people that I started as an engineer and then became a neuroethicist. So I don't only bring the neuroethicist perspective, but I also bring an engineering perspective. So it has been really interesting for me to be part of this group and be able to collaborate both with engineers and neuroethicists. So in one of the early versions of this slide deck with Jacob, he had a slide that talk about the engineer perspective and about the goals that engineers have regarding, the goals of engineering. So the way I teach engineers about, ethics and engineering is like, I think both the goals that we have are very similar. We want to have an interest in changing the world for the better. We want to do good. But sometimes the path that each one of us take to reach the goal, that might be a little bit different. But if we focus on the goal, I think then the conversations can become more fruitful, as they have been, at least with our neuroethics framework so far. All right, so I want to focus just on a couple of things that Jacob mentioned and kind of really expand a little bit more. So he mentioned a little bit about the cultural differences from both engineers and neuroethicists. So I want to have some examples to give you some ideas of how these have panned out during our conversations. So in the technologies methods that Jacob mentioned earlier, one of the first iterations, the closed loop technology used to be control. From an engineer perspective, control sounded, very reasonable. It's technology that both stimulates and records, is a technical term that is used. And so there was no issues from the engineer's perspective. But from the neuroethicist perspective, everyone was like, no, you cannot use control. Let's know what people are going to be saying. If you use control, it's just going to take us to, kind of the dark ages where technology has, there's been clear examples of technology being used with those aims. So we really have to engage in a discussion of why control wasn't a good word to have there, and try to come up with a word that was more neutral from both standpoints. So that's why then it was changed to closed loop. And then the other one that is also a clear example is the augmentation and facilitation. So again, from an engineer perspective, technologies are constantly used to augment and facilitate human function, and that's it's normal. But from a neuroethicist perspective, there's been a huge discourse about human enhancement, and that really brings a lot of ethical issues that we think in terms of using technologies for giving humans capabilities that are beyond what is normal in humans. And so we were very careful of what type of augmentation we were talking. Are we talking about augmentation that is this type of technologies that are kind of science fiction, transhumanist type of technologies, or are we just talking about technologies that are going to augment and facilitate, but it's still within the realm of what is considered within the normal human capabilities? So I think so far the scope has been that we don't really want to focus on technologies that are, too science fiction oriented, but we do have, to acknowledge that as we continue discussing the framework, we need to be careful in how we want to address some of the ethical issues that come from technologies that might give, for example, like in the military, right? There are some technologies that certainly we can really question whether those are within the normal level of capabilities. So the other aspect I wanted to talk was about the scope of the framework. When we talk about neurotechnologies, different people have different understandings of what a neurotechnology is. So for some people, neurotechnologies would also include, smart pills, like certain pharmaceuticals, and things like that. So we decided to focus mostly on devices. So that's what we've been discussing. So we decided to exclude pharmaceuticals and genetic engineering, but we do acknowledge that there are some of these technologies might include, for example, a device or some sort of thing within a smart pill, that part would be included within the framework. So they're not fully excluded, but we're just focusing on the part that will be considered a device. And and we also acknowledge, and maybe I'll mention this a little bit in one of my other slides, but we have a preamble that helps us to discuss the scope of the framework, because we noticed that there are many things that if we're not clear from the outset about what we're discussing, could be really complicate things as engineers and other members of the public try to engage with the framework. And so finally, perhaps just to discuss the unique aspects of the framework, I think Jacob already mentioned that having a matrix style is very innovative in a way. It really allows engineers to be able to hone in into a particular intersection that they're most interested. It also allows us to build on existing guidelines. So we don't want to repeat what other great work has already been happening, but that has tended to focus in a more general. So we can take that and then be able to focus on those particular ethical, legal, social, and cultural issues that happen at the intersection. And now one of the interesting parts of the framework is that IEEE being an international society, we also wanted to make sure that we acknowledge and try to discuss some of the cultural issues that come from the use of new technologies that come from a different cultural perspective. So that's another one of our big challenges, and that's another reason why we encourage people from other countries to please join us as volunteers, because without that perspective, it's really difficult for us to discuss these important issues. Finally, this is just the closer look into the framework. This is the current template that we're using. So we have the general preamble that is going to be opening up for all the different applications. Then for each application, we have a definition for each quadrant. We have examples of existing and anticipated technologies. Then we have a section that discusses the unique aspects that are, the general, ethical, legal, social, and cultural issues that apply to the quadrant. Then we have a section where we discuss funding and translational perspectives, because we thought it was important to acknowledge that some of these, the funding and in particular, could really frame the type of neurotechnologies that are developed. So so we thought that was important to include. We have also a section that covers a little bit of the regulatory landscape considerations and expectations, a section that collects additional resources, again, trying to acknowledge all the great work that has already been done. And case studies, as we saw that engineers sometimes would find useful to walk through a case study and see the different ethical issues discussed with something that they could perhaps be familiar with. And so with that, I think I will leave it here and perhaps open up for questions.
Great, thanks so much. Those were two excellent talks. And we just have actually about 8 minutes before everything will automatically close out on us. And we've got, how many questions? Like 6 questions. So first I wanted to see if Tim, do you want to provide a comment on what you've heard to kick us off?
Sure. So everything I've heard has been amazing. I've been keeping track of IEEE Brain for a little bit and love to participate. And everything looks great. But one thing that I was pretty interested in is that we have this quadrant system, but the specific issues are the specific issues that are considered at the intersection between each of the dimensions. So the technology is considered, and the applications. Those are the salient features. So earlier in my talk before, I was talking about ontologies. We have to be very cognizant of the fact that we're like deciding what exists or what's salient or important, and what doesn't exist, right? And so when we say here are the important features and we're going to chart them out, where do the issues themselves lie? And they're inside the quadrants themselves, each individual cells of the quadrant. But it seems to me that there are some issues that we already can anticipate, right? So as I was saying earlier, artificial intelligence, we've already seen a lot of problems. So algorithmic injustices, different categorization problems that will definitely sort of transpose onto neurotechnologies. And so there are going to be some issues that we already anticipate, right? So maybe there could be an anticipatory component of this system. So instead of, an XY system, maybe we can have XYZ with categories of issues. And instead of squares, we can have cubes. I don't know. So there's some issues that we know are going to pop up. in almost every one of those cases. So just communities represented or underrepresented, you know, systems of injustice that are furthered or thwarted by potential uses of technology, so on and so forth. It would be nice to pick those out. But yeah, we don't have a lot of time, so I'm gonna give control back.
Thank you, Tim.
Great. Jacob and Laura, I don't know if you have something you wanted to respond to that, or if you wanted to
I mean,
go
I know
question.
we're short on time, but so fantastic points. And honestly, we spent probably several full phone calls about how to, like, you know, exactly what you brought up. Really, this should be a cube or a hypercube. And then it became something that was just completely unnavigatable. And so we settled on projecting what is a multidimensional problem onto two axes, and with the hope that we can hyperlink common issues, because there's going to be issues that address everything in that matrix, and there are going to be things that address everything in a row in that matrix, or everything in a column in that matrix. And so the idea is that we can link all of those issues within each quadrant. So it's a projection of a hypercube onto this space that we could hopefully try to cram everything, and many of those things will be repeated in every single quadrant. I would love to, you know, have this conversation too, because I no doubt we could use other perspectives on how to make sure that we represent everything.
And I guess I just want to add that you know, even though it's really hard to try to, how do we you know, narrow down the things that are salient, and this again bring their own, you know, bias of the people that put these things. But that's why one of the reasons why we want the document to be a living document, so, you know, things can be changed, things can be revised, things can be critically assessed. And the other thing is, like, this framework cannot exist just in a vacuum, right? This cannot be like, oh, here's the framework and it's gonna solve all our problems. We still need to do a lot of work in terms to, you know, educate engineers and other professionals really early on, so that they have the critical skills to know how to better use a framework like this.
Okay, great. I'm going to try to collapse a couple questions, and I think this might be the last one we can address. But this is from asking about divergent interests and how it's difficult to find consensus about what's right and wrong, and how do you navigate that? And also a bit about the objectives of IEEE brain neuroethics, and is it oriented around preserving or changing, augmenting humanity? They're looking towards asking a little bit more about biopolitics, transhumanist agendas, and bioconservative agendas.
So maybe I'll take that, and I'll try to be brief. The discussions that we've had are really focused on devices in the near, basically the devices that are currently being developed in labs, and devices that we plan or expect to see in the near future. Very little discussion about transhumanism. And I think another thing to consider is that IEEE doesn't necessarily have a platform agenda on this topic. It's really more of a community organizer. It's a way to bring together engineers and have them coordinate their activities, so that, as I had mentioned, I think, you know, Wi-Fi is a good example, so that as we develop next generation technologies, that we are working in ways that complement each other. And so the neuroethics aspect of it was the recognition, honestly, that was inspired by what we saw from social media, is that, you know, it seemed as though it would have been better early on to involve ethicists as we develop the technologies, so we could avoid some of the pitfalls that we've seen in AI that Tim mentioned. And that was the motivation behind it, is that the recognition of next-gen technologies should include ethics at early stages of development.
I guess just to try to address a little bit of the first part of the questions of how we you know, balance different interests. I mean, one of the nice things of the different volunteers we have in the different applications is that we have people from, well, mostly, I guess, academics, but we have also people that have their own NGOs and industry. And so that's why we've been trying to invite everyone out there, because we want to have those voices as part of the development of the framework. And then, of course, we have meetings where we discuss and we give reasons why we should pursue one way or another. So that's one way to address, how to balance those interests. And again, the main goal, trying to, to better improve or try to develop technologies for the better good of society.
Okay, it's going to cut us off, but thank you very much for a fantastic panel. And please be sure to keep in touch, and attendees, please reach out to our speakers with your questions by sending emails and trying to connect through IEEE.
You mean both in the Zoom? Okay.
At least on Zoom. Yeah.
So we are live.
Ah, we have more participants. Yay. Hello, everybody who is here already. We're going to get started in about 1 minute. Okay, my clock says that we've hit the hour. Saeed, do you want to start streaming to YouTube? And I will start with the introductions. So welcome everybody to the very first session of Short Talks at Neuromatch 3.0. I'm Emily Airy-Jones. I'm a postdoc in the Giacomo Lab at Stanford University, and I will be your front of the house host today. And I'm joined by Saeed Salahi, who is going to be back of the house host. We have an amazing lineup of 3 speakers today, and in today's session, we'll discuss computational models which help us classify our data by cell types, account for the role of interneurons in tuning, and dissect how different dendritic domains contribute to tuning. Now, everything here is public and being streamed to YouTube, so please share everything you feel like on Twitter, screenshots, thoughts. The hashtag we're using is hashtag NMC3. And this and all the other talks will be on YouTube in case you want to watch them again later. So our first speaker for today is Alexandra Tilivaki, who's a PhD candidate in the Schmitz Lab at the Einstein Center for Neurosciences in Berlin, and the Poirazi Lab, I hope that I'm pronouncing that okay, IMBB4 in Greece. And in her most recent article, which I will post to the chat, she created a fast spiking basket cell model that incorporates nonlinear dendritic computations instead of just treating neurons as a one-stage integrator. And today she's going to be talking about something entirely different, but still related to neurons, which I'm super excited about because I am a total interneuron dork. So it's her favorite subject in addition to being mine. So please take it away, Alexandra.
Yeah, thank you very much, Emily. Hello, Neuromates. Give me a second to share my screen and let's start. So, hello, I'm Alexandra, and today I would like to briefly present you a machine learning classification pipeline that can be used in order to identify the class in which a particular neuron belongs based on the electrophysiological values. The proposed approach can be used when, for example, immunohistochemistry information of the neurons is missing or very limited. So in our case in particular, we use this approach to identify the class for multiple neurons that are located in the parasubiculum. Very, very briefly, parasubiculum is a small elongated structure within the parahippocampal region lying between the presubitulum and the medial entorhinal cortex. Parasubiculum contains grid cells, head direction cells, and border cells. Okay, despite its promising role in brain function and its clear location, little is known about the cellular profile of the parasubicular neurons. Recently, Rosie Simons et al., a talented postdoctoral fellow colleague from our lab, Smith's lab, identified the major neuronal classes of the parasubiculum and characterized their morphological and molecular properties. So specifically, parasubicular neurons can be mainly divided into three major classes, and these are the paravalvular positive interneurons, the reelin positive interneurons, and the reelin cells most of the times are inhibitory interneurons as well, and the WFS1 positive neurons that correspond to the parasubicular excitatory pyramidal neurons. So here you see some examples of typical electrophysiological values across the three main classes, the PB interneurons, the reelin, and the excitatory WFS1 positive cells. The features were calculated after in vitro patch clamp recordings in iPad brain slices done by Rosie. And as we see, for multiple features, reelin positive and WFS1 positive neurons have very, very similar responses. So that's the first challenge of the data set. So here is our challenging initial data set. As we see, we have staining immunohistochemistry information for around only the half of the total around 570 neurons that Rosie recorded. From the rest neurons that we have also staining information. So only this data can be used for training, testing the performances of machine learning models. And from these, the vast majority, around half, belong to the WFS1 positive neurons. The second presented class with staining information is the reelin neurons, and the least presented class where we have staining information is the PV interneurons that are all 8 neurons out of the whole 500 neurons. So this is a typical multi-class because we have 3 classes data set, which is, as you see, very much imbalanced. We have training information for only the 50% of the data, and that means that we can understand what is the best classification algorithm that we can use to predict the remaining, shown in the green bar, only for the rest. And as I said before, we have one more challenge to face up, the fact that these two neuronal subcategories contain very similar approaches. So let's start to solve this problem. The first step that we do is that we use throughout all the procedures the sklearn module in Python, which is a freely available open source module and with a great documentation, highly suggested people. And we construct it and test the performance on several classification algorithms that are applicable for our task, which is a multi-class and imbalanced task. Very briefly, the classification models that we constructed and used were the support vector classifier, the k-nearest network classifier, a multi-layer perceptron model, which is a typical artificial neuronal network, the random forest classification, a typical multi-class version named complement of the naive-based classification, and the logistic regression. The first step for these models is to understand what are the best parameter values that can enable these models to perform well. And we tested this and we identified this by using hyperparameter tuning. Inside the learn module is the grid-shared tuning. And we also use cross-validation throughout stratified k-fold. So we split our training and testing data sets into multiple tests. Where applicable, For example, in the random forest and in the support vector machine and in the logistic regression, we try to solve the imbalance issue by inserting class weights. So each particular class of the three, the excitatory and the two inhibitory population, we have a certain class weight for this to solve the imbalance. So as you see here, we train and test all the models. Here you can see, sorry, two representative performance metric score. The first is the very known, the accuracy score, and the second one is the F1 score, which is mostly used for multi-class and imbalance datasets. And as we see here, in both of the cases, it seems like the random forest classifier and the MLP, the multi-layer perceptron model, performs best. All the models we can say that have a good accuracy score, but we chose the two best, the RF for simplicity and the MLP. So you see here, first for the random forest classification, the typical confusion matrix, the 0 corresponds to the WFS1 class, the 1 goes for the really positive neurons, and the 2 for the parvalbumin interneurons. And you see that our random forest classification performs quite well. It has a good ROC curve. And impressively, the classifier does a great job, especially for the parvalbumin interneurons, despite the fact that this is the least represented class. But it can also give us a good estimate and valuable predictions also for the two remaining classes, the WFS1 and the reeling, despite the fact that these two neuronal subpopulations in the paracipitulum have very similar electrophysiological properties. We did the same also for the second best model, the multi-layer perceptor model, and you see here again the confusion matrix and the LOC curves. I have to admit here that this quiet graph is mainly used for binary classification, but we can do it for multi-class as well. And so we are pretty much confident here that these two models in combination can give us correct and successful predictions for the remaining population of our neurons where we do not have staining data. And okay, here are also some more performance scores, precision, recall, F1 in the AUC score, average, and I see this shown in the box plot across many random different trials. So we are pretty much confident that we can use these models. And here is the final version of our predictions. And I have to say here that in order to double check that all of our new predictions are totally correct, we run the two models and the random forest classification model and the multi-layer perceptron, and out of 517 neurons, for the majority, more than 90% of it, our models have agreement in predictions. We have some mismatches for around 20 or something cells, and we excluded these cells for our data sets. So here is the final data set, and in summary, here is our proposition, not only for machine learning guys and computer scientists, but also for colleagues with purely experimental and biological, molecular biological background like mine, that you can easily, don't be afraid, you can easily use machine learning when you don't have many staining data for your neurons. So we proposed this classification pipeline when the data are multi-class and imbalanced. For everyone interested, this whole approach will soon be available on GitHub. And I have to say that this work that I present you is a part of a bigger research project led by Rosie and supervised by Professor Dietmar Schmitz. And with this, I would like to thank you.
Thank you so much, Alexandra. That was a lovely talk. All right, so Pierre, if you have any questions, you can go on ahead. Otherwise, I have some questions.
Please go.
Oh yeah, so I was wondering, so I'm like roughly familiar with some of the machine learning like options. What why do you think that MLP and random forest seem to work the best for this particular classification problem?
I would say that MLP, by definition, it's a very powerful tool because it's an artificial neural network and it has a lot of parameters that can be tuned. For example, in the hyperparameter tuning that I showed earlier, we were able to select across different properties of this model. For example, the transfer function that we can use, namely a TAN-H, a logistic or a ReLU function, or we can play with the number of hidden neurons and the number of hidden layers that this big neuronal network can have in order to solve our problem. So this means more computational capacity of this model. And for the random forest classification, it's one currently of the state-of-the-art classification models because it's one of the more robust classifiers that we currently have. Of course, we can even incorporate some other classification algorithms, for example, the LDA, the linear discriminant analysis. There are many out there that can be used. And I have to say that also the random forest we have also the flexibility to incorporate class weights. And because a major challenge of this data set was the imbalance, random forest, I think that could predict very well. But as we saw in the box plots earlier, all of the models have a quite high accuracy. So we don't say not to use the models, but we select these two.
Thank you. We have one question from the audience, and if you could answer really quickly, because we need to move on to our next speaker. Deletta asks, how many input data do you need from electrophysiology measurements in order to classify a neuron?
Oh, good question. So, for example, we have calculated around 20 or 21 specific electrophysiological values for each neuron, namely the half-wave, the arrow base, the FX slope, the AHP, and so on and so forth. Usually, before entering a classifier, most of the people are first doing a kind of pre-processing on the data. And this kind of pre-processing can be, for example, a feature selection, which is to identify which of the values of the input data that we have a major significance. To our case, because we have a very imbalanced data set, we didn't do this. My answer is that this depends on the data set. If a data set is very clear and the particular neurons can be very well be discriminated one type from the other, maybe you don't need many input data. Maybe you can do the same by using only 2 or 3 best electrophysiological features, but it depends. And I have to say, related to your previous question, one more thing for the random forest is that I consider this algorithm very well because it is kind of insensitive of data that are not so significant to data that are more significant.
Well, there's even more questions, but unfortunately we have to move on. Thank you again so much for that lovely talk.
Thank you.
All right, so our next speaker is Pierre Aron, who is a master's student in the Peyrosh lab at McGill. He will be presenting a simple model of an intriguing phenomenon about interneurons in the mouse head direction system. And this is yet another interneuron talk, so I love interneurons and I'm super excited. Please take it away, Pierre.
Thank you so much, Dr. Eric Jones and Alexandra for the previous talk. All right, the mice has an internal representation of its head direction. When its head points toward a particular direction, some neurons start to fire. When its head points toward another direction, other neurons start to fire. This representation is like a compass for the mice. And we can assess the tuning of each neuron with a tuning curve here on your left. The firing rate of each neuron is plotted as a function of the head angle. We observe such tuning in the thalamus in the enterodorsal nuclei. This excitatory cells, which presents this tuning, projects toward the cortex in the postorbicum. There, we still observe excitatory neurons with similar tunings. Oh. All right, but surprisingly, we observe that inhibitory cells of the fast-spike types, inhibitory interneurons, present striking symmetry in their tuning curves. We observe one-fold, two-fold, and even three-folded tuning curve. It's as if it had extracted the harmonics of the input signal, as if the system was a prism here. Moreover, we observe that the distribution of each fold reflects the importance of the harmonics in reconstructing the input signal. So my task this year was to propose a computational model to simulate the emergence of these folds. And we found out that the random connectivity was perfectly explaining the phenomenon. Fast-spiking cells are known to work in a linear regime, meaning we can write on the top their tuning curves as the sum of the weighted tuning curves of the inputs. The weights are positive or negative and pick randomly. Remarkably, as you can see in the bottom, we observe that the experimental tuning curve in black are well reproduced by the simulated one in green. We observe one-folded, two-folded, three-folded cells. Now, in the remaining of the talk, I will prove that this is robust to the parameters of the random variable from which we sample the weights, to the sparsity of the connectivity, and also to the size of the number of neurons. Let's go into it. Each of the points on your left is a network with a different combinations of mean and weight variance. In blue, it's when it's close to the observed experimental distribution. On your right, you can see that the blue area is very large, meaning that the distribution of fast-spiking tuning curves develops independently of the weights mean and variance over a large domain. Now an experiment of thoughts. If we take the impulse tuning curve and recenter them around the same preferred directions, the fold distribution completely disappears, meaning that the fold's emergence relies on the input structure. Next, if we try to make the network a bit more like real neurons, say we force excitatory connections to be excitatory, and we force inhibitory connections to be inhibitory, and we add also sparsity to the connectivity, then we observe that the fold distribution still appear. If we change the size of the layers, we increase the number of neurons as inputs and outputs, we observe that the folds are still learned. Oh, so to conclude, the linear regime of fast-spiking interneurons, random connectivity, and inputs covering the ring led to symmetrical tuning curves. It was independent of the number of neurons and connection sparsity. We can now make a prediction and generalize this statement. The linear prediction of a population covering a symmetrical manifold, we had a ring, it could be a torus, anything with a symmetry, forms N for these cells with regard to the symmetries. Thank you for your attention, and to my amazing mentors, Adrien Perrache and Adrian Duskevich, which made the experiments. Now I think we can discuss a debate on this, and I've suggested some options at the bottom of the screen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pierre. That was very short and to the point, but covered so much stuff. Right. I have lots of, and I'm looking forward to, so I will ask questions until we get questions from the audience, and then I will ask all of their questions. I hope that there are many. Okay, so I had kind of a broad question about interneurons in tuning, which is there's some parts of the field that will argue that interneurons do not show tuning, that will not have, for instance, very steep spatial tuning curves, for instance, in entorhinal cortex or in hippocampus. And some papers that argue no, the interneurons must be critical for setting this tuning, even if the firing rates themselves don't seem to adopt these tight tuning curves. So kind of given this perspective, what do you think the role is of these fast spiking interneurons in the head direction system in terms of changing the tuning of the excitatory cells?
Oh, okay. So you're completely right. If we observe the tuning curves of the inhibitory neurons, it's only a modulation around the mean firing rate, which is about 40 Hertz.
Mm-hmm.
But if you take excitatory cells around an inhibitory connections, we know they connect in a 200 microns radius. And if you sum the tuning curves of these pyramidal cells, you see that they sum to the inhibitory tuning curves, meaning they are really influenced by these inhibitory cells. It's like if the tuning curves of the inhibitory cells was reflected on the local excitatory population. So each excitatory cell is tuned toward a preferred angle, but taken as a subpopulation level, it reflects the symmetry of the inhibitory cells.
Oh,
and in
that is
fact,
really neat. Sorry, keep
yeah,
going.
maybe, and also it could reflect a topographical organization, but we are not sure of that yet.
Yeah, that is an excellent point. That I mean, you would expect something like that, right? If you're expecting the interneurons to kind of act as hubs, that they would have, that their like firing rate profile for whatever tuning curve they have might represent or be similar to the kind of sum of the tuning curves of the excitatory cells that they're actually synapsing onto.
Right, exactly, because not an interneuron is not connected to the whole population; it's only connected to a subset of it. So yeah.
All right, well, while we're waiting for more audience questions, I wanted to take the bait on your link to grid cells.
All right. Okay.
Point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go. Okay, to the link to grid cells. So you've seen one-folded, two-folded, and three-folded tuning curves here. So, well, intuitively, we could say that the two-folded cells could play a role in producing the boundary cells, whereas the three-folded could be playing a role in producing the grid cells. So this is an intuitive point of view. Another point of view I would like to make is that we know the grid code is discretized, right? The scale of the grid cells varies not continuously, but in discrete manners. So to me, we could do as for the ring on the torus of the grid cells. That is, say there is symmetries that are created in the grid code, and that this is reflected in the scales of the grid cells. But well, this is a bit fuzzy, not very clear. We need to work on that. Okay. So would you like to challenge these points?
No, I like it. Well, in particular, so I've my familiarity with the like square grids is that they're mostly from models where they don't have a non-negativity constraint, if I'm remembering that correctly. And that once you add that, then you get hexagonal grids.
Yeah.
So I now the models are pretty like consistently using that. I would believe that. So let's see, so you have 2, 3, and 4-fold cells. Are you then suggesting that that means that cells that show these different tuning curves are more likely to, for instance, a 2-fold cell is going to be more likely to synapse onto a boundary cell, and that you would find that like connectivity hardwired?
Yeah, but we think that the excitatory populations that reflect the inhibitory tuning curves, this subpopulation will project toward boundary cells, whereas another subpopulation which reflects threefold would project toward a grid cells, maybe. But as you see on the bottom, the problem is here we have one ring, we need another one to create a torus, right? So we need another variable.
Right. Very interesting. Do you have any, and I'll ask one last quick question. Do you have any thoughts on, so there's been some kind of recent work looking at how these interneurons encode speed. And we've been having some discussions lately about how a path integrator would work given different speed codes, either given speed codes organized by theta versus organized by individual cells. So a speed code could be to advance basically things around a continuous attractor network could be conveyed by theta or by speed coding individual neurons. Do you think that these fast spiking basket cells could contribute to that signal? It's a little tangential.
I don't really know. Sorry, this one is a bit hard for me to answer. But I would say it's interesting to look at the speed code in this prospect of creating grid cells. I mean, I think the two will, of course, play a role. But there is an important effect I've not talked about in the edge direction pathway, is that the edge signal, the representation is a bit ahead of the real edge signal, right? And this delay decreases as you go up in the layers toward the positive decay. So maybe it has also a role with how speed is integrated, but it's a bit also unclear. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's a difficult question. We're gonna need a lot more experiments and models to really kind of figure it out. All right, well, thank you so much, Pierre, for that lovely talk and for answering all of my ridiculous questions.
How do I stop?
Yeah, all right, we will now go to our last speaker, Konstantinos Petousakis, who's a PhD candidate in the Parazi lab at IMBB 4th. Probably mangling that name again. So in this talk, we're going to hear about an expansion beyond the neural point model, looking into how you could consider different dendritic domains differently in computations, because neurons are very complicated and difficult to convey from like a single point. So please take it away, Kostas.
Very much, Emily. Unfortunately, no interneurons here. Can everyone hear me? Give me a verification, please.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so hello from Greece, everyone. Today I'll be presenting this work on the contribution of apical and basal dendrites on orientation selectivity using computational modeling. Some quick basics first. It has been known since the 60s that the presentation of stimuli of different orientations produces different responses in a V1 pyramidal neuron. Orientation selectivity is the phenomenon that is exhibited by neurons whose response is a function of input orientation and is usually demonstrated by the orientation tuning curve. Orientation selectivity is an input-dependent phenomenon, and it has been shown that V1 neurons receive both feed-forward visual input and feedback attentional and predictive inputs. And these inputs primarily reach the basal and apical trees, respectively, as you can see here. In addition, the synapses of V1 neurons themselves exhibit orientation or direction preference and can exhibit different preferences even when situated on the same dendritic branch. Next, an introduction to the model neuron we used, which is a morphologically detailed and biophysically accurate layer 2-3 V1 pyramidal neuron. And akin to real neurons, the model neuron also features per synapse orientation selectivity, with synapses varying in preference even when situated on the same dendrite, as you can see in these polar plots. Our first step is to characterize the nonlinear behavior of a dendrite, which we do by evaluating the spiking thresholds for sodium and NMDA spikes. And we also quantify the extent of dendritic nonlinear behavior through the NRLE metric, which you can see here, and is the max ratio of actual to linear extrapolated output for each dendrite. What we find is that all dendrites exhibit a wide array of different nonlinear behaviors. And naturally, we also verify that our neuron can exhibit orientation selectivity, which it does. And orientation tuning persists even when the input is not evenly shared between the two trees, which is the biased condition, the red curve. To further investigate the role of dendritic activity, we inspected samples of contemporaneous somatic and dendritic spikes, noted that the dendritic spikes tended to temporally precede somatic spikes, as you can see on this detail. The red trace precedes the blue trace. If the model is accurate, then the proportion of somatic events preceded by basal events should be comparable between the model and in vivo two-photon data. You can see a sample here. To verify this, we converted model voltage recordings into two-photon-like traces using a combination of Gaussian filtering and downsampling. The resulting traces were processed in the same manner as raw GCAMP6 fluorescence data. Both the model and experimental data then pass through an event detection pipeline, which characterizes the timing of somatic events as dendrite first or soma first. You can see samples here. And comparing the results from both datasets, we can see that they are indeed comparable when looking at the fraction of dendrite first events, which is 49% for the model and 45% for the experimental. That's a percentage of overall events. Finally, we attempt to ascertain how dendritic spikes contribute to somatic spike generation in a causal manner. To do that, we record a large number of spikes and rerun identical simulations in which either the apical or basal sodium channels are blocked right before a non-somatic spiking event. And the result is either the survival or extinction of the somatic spike we're trying to characterize. And this allows us to label all somatic spikes as either apically driven, basally driven, unstable, or bistable. And we find that the majority of somatic spikes appear to be driven by the apical tree, which is counterintuitive because basal dendrites are the ones that receive the vast majority of actual visual input. However, simulations in which we remove all basal stimulus-driven input fail to generate any somatic spike, which obviously indicates that the basal tree has a key role, which we already know. To identify the true cause of the somatic spikes, we fed specifically selected features of this spiking data to a machine learning classifier, training it with independent spiking data, which means data where only one dendritic tree exhibited spikes before the somatic spike, or cooperative spiking data, which is data where both trees exhibited spiking before the somatic spike. The performance of the classifier was greatly enhanced when training with the cooperative spiking data, suggesting that the mere combination of independent spiking samples did not suffice to generate the same amount of information as cooperative spiking, which is evidence for the existence of a synergistic effect between the apical and the basal tree. In conclusion, we have used a detailed computational model of a layer 2-3 V1 pyramidal neuron in order to discover how apical and basal tree activity shapes neural output. We find that although most somatic spikes appear to be causally instigated by apical dendritic spiking, a subtle intra-tree dendritic cooperativity effect is the true culprit. And we hypothesize that the basal tree generates a backdrop of depolarizations and dendritic spikes, which are shaped by visual input. Meanwhile, the apical tree intermittently produces dendritic spikes due to predictive and attentional inputs. And whenever an apical dendritic spike spatiotemporally coincides with a sufficiently large basal depolarization or a spike, a somatic spike is generated. And this could be a means of attention and prediction-based feature extraction for visual input. And this concludes the first part. Thank you for your attention, and I'll be glad to take any questions.
Thank you so much. That lovely talk. I have a kind of a broad question. Hopefully that I'm not asking a dumb question. This is going a little out of my like realm of understanding. But I would love to have one question that I have while we wait for our audience members to ask questions. And then if you have any other slides that you wanted to talk about, I'd love to hear those as well. So my kind of broad question was, right in the discussion, you were talking about this maybe cooperativity between basal and apical spikes, where the basal spikes are much rarer, but seem to be necessary in order to generate a soma spike. And you're talking about like feature selection. So what do you think might be the actual like circuit mechanism to coordinate these apical and basal spikes?
It is hard to tell, but what this essentially boils down to is a form of predictive coding, where the entire layer essentially is being guided by the layer above it, and perhaps even higher order cortices or areas of the brain, and essentially synchronizes so as to predict the actual input itself. And whenever there is a mismatch between the input and the output of this particular cell or network or layer, there is an error signal that propagates to upstream areas, which then eventually returns and tells to the network, okay, you made a mistake. This is not what we expected to see. I'm not sure if I've completely covered your question, but the overall network level mechanism is essentially a predictive coding model. I hope that catches all of it. Yeah,
that answers my question. I'm curious if you have any more. You said this is the beginning of the talk. Did you have even more stuff to share with us?
I do have a little bit more, yes. I mentioned the different profiles of nonlinear behavior of the dendrites. You can see those here. You can see how wide the gamut is of the responses for each dendrite. There is even a single errant sublinear apical dendrite right here. And you might be wondering, well, okay, so why do we just check the dendrites themselves and what they do if all we're checking is orientation selectivity? And the answer is that it is pretty difficult to actually ascertain what's going on when just looking at orientation orientation preference. We checked for this by changing the mean orientation preference of each tree so that we introduce a level of disparity between them. So each tree has a different mean orientation preference. When we do this and we run the experiments, we see that the overall preference of the neurons seems to be around what you would expect if both trees contributed equally. So we can't really make heads or tails of this kind of result, which led us to consider the contribution of dendrites in a more detailed manner. And so we turn to what exactly happens when the dendrites produce sodium and NMDA spikes, and then that moves on to the soma.
Very cool. We have a question. We have a great question from Jason Moore, who asks, if not all apical events propagate to the soma, would this predict higher activity rates in the apical dendrite compared to the soma?
What happens in the particular model, I can't make an inference about every neuron, but in this particular model, you'll note that we do have an apical trunk, and we have a very extensive apical tree, which mainly features short and thin distal branches, which are extremely excitable and easily produce sodium spikes. These then move on to the next compartments where the sodium channels also generate new sodium spikes, and this chain moves on to the apical trunk where the overall signal is heavily amplified and easily reaches the soma. This is not the case for the basal dendrites, which, as you can see, sprout from the soma independently. There is a single branching point, and so this synergy of the branches themselves is not seen on the basal tree. So we do see most apically generated spikes reaching the soma, but that is not the case for the basally generated spikes, which, due to the current sink effect, the spikes usually just become heavy or medium-sized depolarizations. That's not to say that no basal spike propagates to the soma, but most don't actually make it there.
Okay, Jason Moore had a follow-up question to that, which is this observed experimentally?
The problem with observing these things experimentally is that it's very difficult to do patch clamping on specific dendritic branches and keep track of them for a sufficiently long amount of time. I think that currently there are some labs that are doing such experiments, but no such data has unfortunately found its way to us so that we can verify it. But I would be extremely excited to get my hands on data like that.
I imagine that's it's true for a lot of modelers.
Yes,
well.
I'm sure.
Yeah. Does anybody else from our previous speakers have any questions?
Yeah. So if you were really to simplify this this model, how would you combine this bit of binary logics with the firing rate model for a neuron?
That's a tough question. The simple answer is I'm not really sure how I would combine this. This is definitely not something I can just answer in a single minute, but the direction I would probably try and take this in is some sort of filtering, because as I said, this essentially is a kind of feature extraction. So what you would have to do would be to implement some way of reducing a very high dimensional input, which is essentially what reaches the basal tree, into something that can actually be coded by a finite population of neurons and synapses. Visual input is obviously infinitely complex, and not all of it can be represented in the brain. There has to be some sort of mechanism that shrinks it down and fits it into the finite population of neurons and synapses that we have. And what you would have to do is essentially implement some sort of dimensionality reduction. I am not exactly sure how you would do that. There are many ways, obviously, but the exact implementation now eludes me. I can't be sure.
Okay, thank you.
All right, well, it looks like we are, all the audience members have asked all the questions that they wanted. I'm sure that we can continue this discussion later for anyone who is interested. So I wanted to give one last thank you to all of our three speakers. Thank you for sharing your science with us today. Yeah, Pierre, go ahead.
Can I say the last one? So I've seen on the program that there was at the same time very similar talks to ours, in fact, in different sessions. So I would encourage the viewer to go check in replay on YouTube. I think they could be also amazing.
Yeah, there's so there are 8 sessions going on simultaneously right now, and they are all being streamed to YouTube. And I will put the link to the YouTube channel in the chat so that anybody who wants to watch any of this session on repeat, or any of these sessions that were happening simultaneously, they are all on the NeuroMatch YouTube channel. Thank you to audience members who asked questions. Thank you again to our lovely speakers. Thanks for having this is our very first interactive session of NeuroMatch. And I think it went off swimmingly. We even ended on time, which never happens at conferences. So thank you all, and bye-bye.
Thanks.
Bye.
Of cochlear implant use. She's at NYU School of Medicine under Robert Frumka and Mario Sprutsky, and I will post her Twitter and article in the chat. Yeah, take it away, Erin.
Great, thank you so much for that introduction. So I'll be talking to you today about my thesis work, as Chloe mentioned. I'll start by talking to you guys about the problem of hearing loss and how cochlear implants can be used to treat it. And then I'll move for the bulk of the talk into neuroadrenergic neuromodulation, specifically how it's kind of naturally activated by using fiber photometry and how we can harness it to affect behavioral and cortical outcomes using epigenetics. So hearing loss is a disabling condition affecting hundreds of millions of people around the world. But fortunately, one of the most successful neuroprosthetic devices, the cochlear implant, can be used to treat it when there's a complete loss of sensory input. So the cochlear implant is primarily composed of two components, an external and an internal. The external component has this microphone, which picks up sound waves, and then a speech processor, which converts the sound waves into electrical pulses. These are then passed to the internal component, which is primarily made up of an electrode array within the cochlea, and the electrical pulses are sent to individual portions of the auditory nerve. So here we're seeing some patients performing on a word recognition task before and after implantation, as measured by % words correct. Before implantation, the patients are performing very poorly, but after implantation, their performance increases quite dramatically. However, if we dig a little deeper into this data, we see that there's quite a bit of variability in the individual outcomes, with a significant portion of patients performing less than 50% correct even after this intervention. Furthermore, there's an adaptation period to the cochlear implant. Once the implant is turned on, they're not immediately performing at peak performance. It takes months to years to kind of reach that peak performance, with some patients learning very quickly while others really never get that optimal performance at all. So we see this variability in outcomes and this adaptation period even when we account for differences in etiology of deafness, duration of deafness, and type of implant. And this has led the field to hypothesize for a role of central plasticity in cochlear implant outcomes. However, this can be pretty difficult to address in human patients, as it can require rather invasive techniques. And so several labs, including ours, have developed animal models of cochlear implants to try to get more at the central issue. We specifically have developed a rat cochlear implant model in which we're able to insert an 8-electrode array 360 degrees into the cochlea, which is comparable to the insertion depth of good human cochlear implants. And this covers 3 octaves of the rat cochlea. Furthermore, we're able to train our rats to perform behavioral tasks using the cochlear implant. Specifically, I use an acoustic self-initiated go, no-go task. In this task, the animal is trained to respond to a target tone, while withholding from several non-target tones. So in an individual trial, the animal initiates by nose poking, and then a tone is played. If it's the target tone, the animal should respond in a detection port and receives a reward. For a non-target tone or foil, the animal should withhold. So on the right here, we're seeing a very well-trained animal responding highly to the target tone while barely responding to the non-targets. We assess performance on this with a metric called D prime, which is the difference between the Z-score of the hit rate and the Z-score of the false positive rate. An animal who can perform the task has a D prime of about 1 or above, with obviously very good performance at D primes of 3, whereas poorly performing animals around chance of D prime of 0 or even negative. I like to consider my rats post-lingually deaf because I train them while they're normal hearing, and so they kind of learn the task, and then I bilaterally deafen them and unilaterally implant them. And then I train them again, but now using the cochlear implant. So here we see an individual cochlear implanted animal who has been trained for several days and is now performing the task using the implant. Again, responding highly to the target while withholding from non-targets. On the x-axis now, rather instead of tones, you're seeing the individual cochlear implant channels that are being stimulated. However, if we turn the cochlear implant off, this animal's performance plummets and they're essentially performing at chance. This holds true across many animals that I have trained who are able, with the implant on, to perform above our criteria of a D' of 1, but with the implant off, it drops to chance. So now that we have this model in place to kind of look at how learning is happening, we are trying to, as I mentioned, get under the hood and look at how neuromodulation is playing a role. Specifically, we start by looking at noradrenergic plasticity. Noradrenaline, or norepinephrine, is a neuromodulator produced by the small brainstem nucleus, the locus coeruleus, which is involved in attention, arousal, learning, and responds to very surprising or noxious stimuli. And several groups, including ours, have shown that activity of the locus coeruleus can be used to enable plasticity across sensory modalities. So we were curious what's actually happening in the locus coeruleus during cochlear implant learning. To get at that, we used the fiber photometry in the locus coeruleus of rats. Fiber photometry is a technique that utilizes the fluorescent calcium indicator GCamp, and I'm able to specifically express it in tyrosine hydroxylase Cree rats, so it's only in the noradrenergic cells of the locus coeruleus, and place an optic fiber to record the bulk fluorescent changes. And so you can see down here on the left, a recording from an animal who has just kind of this positive noxious stimulus for the LC tail pinch. And on the right here is my setup for when I'm recording from the animal's locus coeruleus while they're training with the cochlear implant. So what's actually happening in the locus coeruleus when the animal is starting to learn? So when we first turn on the cochlear implant for the rats, they are only being exposed to the target tone. So here we're looking at activity in the locus coeruleus while the animal is learning that the target tone gets rewarded. These are the average of many trials on day 3. And if you align the locus coeruleus activity to the tone onset, we don't see any clear activity, but when aligned to the reward, so the nose poke then is followed by reward presentation, we see a nice evoked response in the LC. However, once the animal becomes very good at this task and it's no longer kind of surprising that this reward is arising, we don't see any clear evoked activity anymore. At this point, we then introduce foils to the rat, and we see the animal is not discriminating between the foil tones or the targets. And again, we're still seeing this kind of flat activity within the locus coeruleus. However, as the animal begins to discriminate between the target tone and the non-targets, we see a nice tone evoked activity emerging, but only to the target tone in blue, not to the foil tone. And this, in fact, actually precedes the reward presentation. So what we're seeing is a nice correlation with tone-aligned locus coeruleus activity to performance on the task. And we wanted to see if we could harness that to kind of improve performance and affect outcomes. So that's when we moved into the stimulation or optogenetic side of things. So again, I'm using my tyrosine hydroxylase Cree rats, but now instead of GCamp in the LC, I'm expressing channel rhodopsin in order to activate the LC with optic stimulation. I confirm placement of the optic fiber using CT MRI co-registration in collaboration with the NYU Preclinical Imaging Corps. And for our actual stimulation paradigm, we utilize what we call an offline pairing paradigm. So I just want to emphasize that the stimulation doesn't happen during the actual behavioral training, but happens in a session that precedes that. During that session, we simultaneously play the target tone while optogenetically stimulating the locus coeruleus. In order to control for this additional exposure with the cochlear implant, we also have sham locus coeruleus implanted animals that have YFP instead of channel rhodopsin in the locus coeruleus. So here are those sham animals performing across many days with the cochlear implant. They're all able to learn, but there's quite a bit of variability in the outcomes, similar to what we saw actually in our human patients. However, if we add in the locus coeruleus stimulation, we see quite a bit of improvement, including on the peak D primes that are reached. This is also exemplified by the fact that the learning rates are much quicker in our locus coeruleus paired animals. who consistently reach our criteria of a D prime of 1 more quickly than our sham animals. So what's actually happening centrally, though? Is there some sort of cortical representation of this? In order to get at that, after I've trained my animals, I anesthetize them and conduct multi-unit recordings in the auditory cortex that correspond to stimulations that I'm doing with the cochlear implant. So here we're seeing some of these responses in the auditory cortex. Here are some individual traces up top and either a sham-paired or an LC-paired animal. And what we're looking at are individual recording sites on the y-axis across the auditory cortex, and these are the individual channels, and the color represents the Z-scored activation of the auditory cortex. In the sham-paired animal, we don't see really any clear pattern to activation. However, in our LC-paired animal, we see that consistently the target channel, which is outlined in red, is the best channel activating the auditory cortex most highly. And this holds true across animals. So here we're looking at sham-paired animals versus locus coeruleus paired animals with activity broken down between either a foil or non-target channel and the target channel. Not a consistent difference necessarily between the sham-paired target and foil, whereas more consistently, the LC-paired animal has higher activation of the target. And we can turn this into a neural D prime, where I'm subtracting this, the Z-score of the foils from the Z-scores of the targets. And we see that that actually pretty nicely correlates with our behavioral D prime. So perhaps by driving this increased representation of the target channel, we're helping the animal perform on this task. And so with that, I'd just like to wrap up, tell you about how I've set up this behaviorally and physiologically calibrated rat cochlear implant system that mirrors the variability in outcomes that we see in humans. I've been able to measure locus coeruleus activity during learning with the cochlear implant and see a nice kind of correlation through the learning. And I've shown that neuromodulation paired with cochlear implant learning can enhance behavioral outcomes as well as neural representations. So with that, I'd like to thank you all for listening, as well as my mentors, Rob and Mario, a wonderful research fellow, Angela Zhu, who's helped me a lot with this project, and all of our labs. So.
That's awesome. And we have 2 minutes for questions from the audience.
Okay. I'm not seeing any questions so far, but thank you, Katarina.
Sorry, we have a fantastic talk note. Not a question, but just generally good to have praise. So yeah, so I guess I have a question. Not being in this field at all, sort of what is the next step for this? Like how do you relate these back to, I guess the ultimate goal is a human patient, or right?
Right. So there's something that's very in vogue right now, maybe you've heard of, is vagal nerve stimulation. And so vagal nerve is thought to activate the locus coeruleus as well as the nucleus basalis. And so the idea is hopefully we'll be able to kind of translate that over, because vagal nerve stimulation is really evolving in terms of having transcutaneous stimulators and things like that. So actually we're in the process of getting some human studies with the transcutaneous vagal nerve cuffs up. Awesome. Or vagal nerve stimulators.
Very cool. So we have this question from Katarina Ducker, excuse me if I butchered that. It looks like animals in the stimulation condition were able to suppress the stimulus and at the same time boost the target sound. Do you have an explanation for that?
Suppress the stimulus. I'm not sure. Oh, the foil sound. Okay, yes. So that is, I kind of think about that in terms of some of my normal hearing work that Chloe might have posted. Actually, what we see is with the locus coeruleus pairing, it not only increases the representation of what you're pairing the sounds for, but it can potentiate other representations. So you can kind of switch how well neurons or animals are responding to certain tones, meaning you can switch the best frequency or how they are responding in terms of behavior, partially by kind of suppressing that previous best frequency.
Awesome. And we will move on now to Kathleen who is a grad student at NYU as well, also under Robert Frumka, and I will post in the chat an article from her. Kathleen, you can go ahead and take it away.
Okay. Am I good in terms of sharing? Yeah. Okay, so previous literature studying perceptual learning has shown that perceptual improvements are linked to a relative overrepresentation of task relevant stimuli. And this relatively enhanced representation has been hypothesized to facilitate identification and discrimination of relevant environmental features. And so in this particular example, owl monkeys are trained to discriminate between a reference tone, which is an 8 kilohertz frequency, and a test tone. And over time, the threshold of discrimination between the reference and test tone decreases. You can see that here. This corresponds to an increased number of sites, when the authors of this paper did neural recordings outside of learning after the animal had learned. But again, what I mentioned that this is after learning, and so we're not actually sure how this emerges over learning, and also this is done outside of the context of behavior. And so we're not sure how, and we know that behavior influences neural responses based on work from several labs, including ours. And so we wondered how this overrepresentation of cortical responses emerged over learning and then also during behavior. So to study this, we wanted to develop a task where there were variable learning rates. This is seen in many other forms of perceptual learning. And instead of a go, no go, we wanted something more akin to something that would kind of happen naturally, namely that we wanted all tones to be able to be rewarded if the animal is correct. And so we developed this 2 AFC behavior task where we have water deprived mice that are head fixed and presented with 2 lick ports. And on each trial, mice hear a tone of 1 frequency. If the animal believes that it is the center frequency, then the animal should lick left. And if they believe that it is a non-center frequency, they should lick right. And if the animal makes the correct classification, the animal will get a water reward. And in terms of the range of stimuli that I play, the closest non-center frequencies are a 1/4 octave away. I'm seen here in these darkest blue. So our animal is able to do this. They can learn this task, and they report center frequencies as center correctly at about 80%. But they make errors at non-center frequencies that are closest to the center frequency that you can see here that I've highlighted in yellow. We also wanted to see if activity and auditory cortex was involved in this task. So we applied muscimol, which is a GABA A receptor agonist, locally in auditory cortex, and we saw a reduction in performance. So we think that activity and auditory cortex influences performance in this task. And before I dive into my imaging data, I just want to quickly walk you through how I train my animals, mainly what some of their learning trajectories look like. So I again progressively train my animals. I start out with just the center frequency and then one of the right frequencies. Once they reach 80% correct for 3 subsequent days, I then transition to stage 2, where I add in the far right flanking frequency. Once they experience 3 days of stage 2, I transition to stage 3, where I add in all of these other frequencies. So what happens behaviorally? Behavior slowly improves. This is focusing specifically on stage 3. And when we break down kind of looking at what specific frequencies we see the largest improvement, we see a statistically significant improvement at frequencies that are 1/4 octave away from the center tone. But we actually see relatively stable performance at this center frequency. So kind of taking all of these things together, we have a behavior that produces variable outcomes, and activity and auditory cortex is involved. And so we wanted to record from these animals longitudinally. And this is our setup. So this is specifically for excitatory neurons. I also have some data from both
inhibitory and excitatory neurons that I'm not going to have time to talk about today. But we do a viral injection of CAMK2, a GCAMP with a CAMK2 promoter. We window the animal and then wait for viral expression. Then we water restrict the animal for a week, do lick training to get the animal, and that's just to get the animal to sample readily from both ports. In the last 2 days of lick training, we do a passive tone presentation. And in doing that, we're mainly just picking the area where we're going to image from, and then also the tones that we're going to use during behavior. After that, we're just imaging every day throughout learning. And importantly, we're able to track a similar population of neurons over time. So this is just 3 example neurons that we're able to track over 26 days. So what do we see? This is an example cell from an example animal. And as you can see in the behavior plot above, you can see that the animal is correctly identifying the center at about 80%, which is what I showed you previously. But again, the animal is making errors at these closest frequencies. So in this particular example neuron, for frequencies that the animal is reporting as center, either correctly or incorrectly, we see a large magnitude response. So again, this is one neuron. What does this look like at the population level? This is in a different animal, but you can see that many of these neurons exhibit the same trend, namely that there is an overrepresentation of frequencies that the animal is reporting as center. Interestingly, in a different animal, we're actually seeing a lack of response at these center frequencies and an enhancement at these non-center frequencies. So this is an interesting finding. We're recording longitudinally. And so we wondered actually how early in learning we could detect this difference between either an enhancement or a suppression. So this is we're going to explore the animal that has a lack of response at these frequencies that they're reporting as center. And you can see that behaviorally for this center frequency that is in green, it's kind of reported consistently throughout learning as a center frequency, but a non-center frequency here in blue improves behaviorally, like mainly that it's not being reported as center at about day 15. And if we look at the population neural responses, the responses of the population, see at day 15, we start to see this divergence at the population level, right, as behavior improves. So we're able to see this difference quite early in learning. So kind of taking all of these things together, we wanted to get a deeper look. But again, as I mentioned in our task, there's a lot of variability. And so we decided to turn to some modeling to describe some of these differences. I actually forgot though that I wanted to mention what the neural responses look like in stage 3, focusing specifically on this quarter octave frequency. So behaviorally, there we see improvements in that it is correctly reporting it as non-center more frequently. And if we look at the neural responses over time, we see that they become more similar to these half octave frequencies. Okay, now getting back to kind of what I was talking about, explaining some of the behavioral and neural variability that I got a little bit ahead of myself. So we decided to turn to modeling to answer some of these questions. So this is all work by Colin Bradenberg, who's a graduate student in Eero Simoncelli and Christina Savin's lab. And he developed a model to describe the behavior and some of the neural responses that we see. So this is a feed-forward neural circuit model that uses reward-modulated Hebbian synaptic plasticity to learn task-specific sensory associations. And in this model, there is an input layer that's the frequencies that I use for behavior. These are fed into a feed-forward network made of excitatory and inhibitory neurons. And then there is a linear decoder that produces the network output, which is largely just classifying the output as either a left or a right behavioral choice. And if the choice is correct based on the input, there is reward feedback that adjusts synaptic weights so that the network can learn. So how does this network do at learning the task and mimicking our behavior and neural responses? So in terms of learning rates that we see in stage 1, we see a semi-similar mean response. It doesn't have quite the distribution, as long of a tail that we have, but we do see variability, which is important. This is focusing specifically on stage 3 learning, but it captures kind of some of the refinement that I'm seeing behaviorally in all stages of the behavior. But we can see at these flanking frequencies, there's a perceptual improvement in the model. And then it also captures some of the variability in neural tuning. And in this case, it's mimicking some of the either overrepresentation of frequencies that the animal is reporting as left or as center, or a lack of response at those frequencies. So how are we going to apply this? So we wanted to see if we could capture some of the heterogeneity in neural responses that we see by looking at initial tuning. And experimentally, this is just a little bit more difficult to explore because there is a lot of variability when you start doing experiments. So if we look at the initial tuning, if it is biased either towards the rightmost frequency seen here or a quarter octave frequency seen there, we see at these frequencies that the animal is reporting as center, we see this suppression that we see in some of our animals. But if the initial tuning is biased towards something that is a half octave away from our center frequencies, we actually see an enhancement. So based on this, we believe that initial tuning has an influence on whether we see an enhancement or a suppression at center frequencies. And moving forward, there are a couple things we want to do. We want to look at whether initial behavior bias, namely whether one frequency is rewarded at a higher proportion, how that influences tuning. And then also we're planning on manipulating the behavior, kind of training the network normally, and then manipulating the virtual behavior by changing the center frequency to one of the non-center frequencies and looking at how the animal will potentially respond, both neurally and behaviorally. So in summary, we developed a frequency recognition task with variable learning rates. We saw enhancement or suppression of excitatory neuronal responses that track this kind of center versus non-center behavioral choice. Then we also looked at how initial tuning influences this enhancement or suppression. I want to thank the Frumke Lab and then also our collaborators, specifically Colin.
Awesome. And do we have any questions? I have one. I thought it was really interesting when you reported on that neuron being firing particularly less to the center when it was untrained. And I was wondering if that is something that you see a lot. Like I study vision, so I was thinking that's kind of a natural thing that audition would be to move the eyes someplace else. So you're not going to have an overrepresentation of the center just out the womb.
Yeah, right. So kind of how, if there is some kind of natural distribution in terms of like variability of the kind of the tonotopic map, there is definitely some variance, and that's kind of what we do think is influencing kind of our end responses. Yeah, and we also think like, so I've done recordings from inhibitory neurons and kind of the width of initial tuning curves that's largely affected by, let's say, inhibitory level across animals, and that can be quite different. So kind of, can we also describe some of that?
Awesome. And so we have one question from the audience. Hi, Kathleen, great experiments and analysis. Everyone agrees in the crowd. Do you also record activity before you start the behavioral training?
Yes, so we record initial tuning, but not actually, that's kind of it. the most we can do. And so I've been able to somewhat relate what we're seeing back to the model. Kind of, I'm assuming you're kind of asking whether I do see this enhancement or a suppression. The problem is I don't have that many animals kind of in either camp. So the trend holds, but I kind of don't have enough experimental animals.
Awesome. All right. Hopefully we have time in the end to circle back, or Kathleen, there's another question in the QA if you want to type response, but then we're going to move on to Alba Caceres Rodriguez, who is going to talk to us about prolactin-induced changes in primary auditory cortex plasticity. This is her master's work that she did under Eduardo Martin Montiel, and she is starting a 6-month fellowship at AIX Marseille. So congratulations, Alba, take it away.
I'm gonna share my presentation. Okay, here it is. You see it? Can you see it?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, perfect. Thank you for the kind introduction. So my project was titled Prolactin-Induced Changes in the Primary Auditory Cortex Plasticity. And first of all, sorry. First of all, we should keep in mind that during pregnancy and lactation, there are multiple adaptive changes that take place in the maternal brain that are essential for the offspring survival. So this remodeling of the brain is in part promoted by hormonal factors such as oxytocin, but also prolactin, which is also involved in breastfeeding. This remodeling can also be promoted by sensory stimuli such as odors and vocalizations. So when talking about vocalizations, rodents in the first weeks of life emit different types of vocalizations. The most studied ones are the ultrasound vocalizations, and it seems that maternity improves the recognition of such. However, in my project, we have focused on another type of communication that takes place at a lower frequency range, and it is called wriggling calls. And apparently, pups emit this type of wriggling calls to attract the mother's attention during lactation. So the role of prolactin in the remodeling of the auditory cortex in response to wriggling calls is unknown. So the aim of our project was to find out whether prolactin was capable of causing changes in the plasticity of the primary auditory cortex in a model of hyperprolactinemia. So to do that, we performed chronic electrode implants in female mice in the primary auditory cortex. And these implants allowed us to record auditory evoked potentials that were recorded in awake animals. And these female mice were under a treatment of domperidone, which allows us to have a hyperprolactinemia model. And while recording the auditory evoked potentials, we would play auditory stimuli that could be either wriggling calls or pure tones of at different frequencies. And to analyze these auditory evoked potentials, we used methods derived on the Fourier transform. So the first thing we did was to check the effectiveness of our model of hyperprolactinemia. And when we looked at the weight of the uterus in domperidone-treated mice, we could see that uterus was significantly higher. So we were seeing a change due to our treatment. After that, we continued by analyzing the response induced by auditory stimulation. And here, what we could see is that basically what we saw is a modification in the auditory response evoked by wriggling calls. So when we were stimulating with wriggling calls, we could see that the auditory evoked potential recorded change. This change was the most significant at day 7 of treatment with domperidone. And what really happened is that female mice treated with domperidone showed a significant reduce in the fundamental frequencies that are between 0.1 and 20. And these fundamental frequencies are like part of the spectrum of the auditory evoked potentials. So these were my first experiments in this group, and this is like a very preliminary study, but yeah, it would be nice to do the same with more animals. And also, due to the type of recording we made, we don't really know where in the whole auditory pathway the change took place. So it would be nice to register at different state points in the auditory pathway. And either way, I would like to conclude by saying some things, like highlighting some things, such as that in this hyperprolactinemia model, immature nulliparous awake females, we have found a modification of the activity in the auditory pathway in response to wriggling calls. So not only our study highlights the important role of prolactin as a modulator of the auditory pathway activity during lactation, but we also focused on another type of low frequency mother-pup communication, which are these so-called wriggling calls, that has been little studied and seems to be really relevant for a better care of the offspring. And yeah, I would like to thank my lab at the Instituto Cajal, and thank you all for listening.
That was awesome. Thank you so much, Alba. Do we have, feel free in the audience to submit questions. I will go ahead. This is particularly interesting to me. I have a 5-month-old son upstairs, so I can really sympathize with these mice and their sensitivity to wriggling calls. I was wondering, what was the reason that you took, that you were interested in the low frequency sounds, like as opposed to the high frequency sounds that offspring can produce?
Like usually, when we are talking about communication in mice or in rodents, everybody focuses on ultrasound vocalizations, because those vocalizations are present in the life, like the whole life of the rodents. However, wriggling calls are like a certain type of communication that is only present in the first 2 weeks of life of rodents. And we have to keep in mind that in these first 2 weeks, these rodents are really sensitive, and they need to attract the attention of the mother during lactation. So to me, it was maybe the most logical idea to do this test with this type of wriggling calls, because usually pups that emit ultrasound vocalizations, they do it when they are isolated. However, this is like the communication they use when they are lactating. So if we want to have like a lactation model, then it's better to have like a lactation communication.
Perfect. And there's a similar question from the audience. How do you know low frequency wriggling calls are important for pup care?
Because I read it. Personally, I didn't check it, but I read it that apparently when the pups emit them, the mom tends to move the rest of the pups and let them breastfeed. But it's a very old article.
Awesome. So we have a little bit of time. So, that question just got answered. Never mind. Are there any other questions from the audience? Panelists, questions for each other? Otherwise, this was great, and I really appreciate you guys taking the time to give us this information. That's super cool.
Thank you.
Thanks for hosting.
Yes, thank you.
And thank you to our backend host who actually did all of the work. I just sit here in my basement.
That's also important, you know.
Yeah.
All right. Have a good day.
Awesome. Bye, guys.
But I guess the same number for Atia, right?
Yeah, I think about 10 or 9 or 10 sessions. I haven't counted actually. I just see what's the next one on my calendar. I don't know how many are there. I don't. Yeah.
Nice. Well, yeah. Thanks for your help. I mean, it's got to be a lot of work.
It's fine. It's
yeah.
just as a backend, I have to just ensure that everything goes on smoothly here, and that the stream on YouTube Live happens fine. So once that's set up, I'm just sort of autopilot.
Okay.
So I think 2 more people to join, right? And then we
yeah.
can start.
So 2 more people. I will. Brian, do you want to check your screen sharing? Do you want to share a screen to see it's working for you?
Yeah, let's try it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Awesome. Yeah. It's it's working perfect.
Okay, and you guys don't see the presentation screen. You see or you don't see the presenter notes. You just see the actual.
Yes, I don't see the presenter. You have the notes, right?
Yes.
And I believe that when you start talking, only your video will show the audience, not us.
Yeah. So once we mute ourselves and he starts speaking, the YouTube Live will have only his video.
Okay. Perfect.
Also, Brian, during your session, do you want to share anything with the audience in terms of papers or text or your Twitter handle or any other information?
I think I have everything here. I was just I think I replied to the email, and I just picked a recent publication of mine. So this is actually work that hasn't been out. I'm working on it right now, so I can't share anything, but certainly I would say my Twitter handle and my email are perfectly acceptable, especially if people want to ask me questions.
Cool. I'll share your Twitter handle with the chat once you're on then.
Okay.
Brian, could you please share your Twitter handle once again on the chat? I'm not able to find it right now. So, I mean your Twitter handle, if I want to put it in the group.
Oh, yeah, sure.
All right, got it. Thanks.
Sure.
Just a quick clarification. I see that it says attendees cannot join until you broadcast.
Yeah, that's right.
I should click on that.
No. We click on that at 10 when the session is supposed to start.
Okay. Yeah. Like at 5. Right.
Yeah, just in 7 minutes. We're supposed to have more speakers, right?
What's that?
We're supposed to have more speakers now, right?
Yeah. So there are 2 more speakers. Hopefully, they're coming soon.
So we have Brian Greeley going first.
Cool. What is your guys' research background?
Yeah, I work with coordinate coding here at UPenn. Mine is like mostly about morphologies, like dendritic computations and cell classification, neural networks, something like connects the architecture of the brain to the function.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I
really like to. Yeah, go ahead.
I started my PhD this month with Kevin Brigman in Caesar and Bonn. So I'm working on how the circuits for central pattern generators develop during metamorphosis in tadpoles. So they go from swimming to leaping. So in an anti-phase to in-phase sort of firing pattern. So the proposed project right now is to sort of understand how this shift occurs.
Cool. Yeah, that sounds awesome.
Congrats for starting your PhD.
Thank you.
I was very fascinated by reading your background, Brian, also. I check out the papers. That was amazing.
Yeah.
Looking forward to hear that more.
Yeah.
So you are in Vancouver, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, how's things so far there?
They're good. I like so like when coronavirus hit, like Washington was going through a really bad spike, but we didn't really see anything happen too crazy here in BC. Probably because they shut the border down, really. But it's been okay so far. Nothing crazy.
Oh, hey, Chelsea.
Hi, nice to meet you all.
Nice to see you. Chelsea, we have 5 minutes. We have to be a little bit fast. Can you share your screen? I want to make sure that it's you don't run into any problem for that.
Okay, 1 second.
Yeah.
I mean, that's my presentation.
Okay.
You can see it?
No worries. No, that works very well.
Okay.
Yeah. Great. Nice to see you. And I'm looking forward to your talk. That's very interesting. You are the last speaker, right?
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah.
Chelsea, is there anything you would like to share with the audience during the talk that I can put in the chat?
I don't think so. I mean, not that I don't. Yeah, no.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Just in general, like a link to a paper or some reference that.
Oh, I did share that in the email, but there's nothing in regards to this particular project. There have been other things that have happened. So no, I don't think so. I think it's fine.
Okay.
Guys, we are starting in 4 minutes. I just wanted to emphasize that my main rule is, I'm sorry to say, my main rule is to keep timing, and everybody has 15 minutes. Oh, great. So, oh, hey, Rebecca, she's joining. Great,
Hi.
Rebecca. I'm just starting off that I'm very happy to see you here and looking forward for a talk. So we are going to live in 3 minutes. My rule is just kind of like make sure that everybody has 15 minutes, and it's like the best way is like to have 12 minutes for talking and 3 or less than 3 minutes. It depends how much it goes for you for Q&A. And keep in mind that sometimes people ask a question a little bit like later in the talk. So if you see something like it's not coming up any question, you don't expect that if you finish it, you would not see a silly question. You may ask questions. So it's good to end up like at 12 minutes. I will give you a signal. I have a hat. When I wear this hat, keep in mind that like you are in 10 minutes of your talk. And if you are running late, like super late, not only I wear my hat, I have also glass. But I wear my glass, and that time I will come to the, not with the glass, with the hat, but I will come to the main room to tell you that it's like a 1 minute, you have to wrap up, because we have to be very strict on the timing to make sure that everything finish at the 15 minutes. Great, Rebecca, I think we haven't checked your share screen. Can you do it for us quickly?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Yes, awesome. It works.
Yeah.
And again, keep in mind that when you are talking, only your video is showing up. Audience would not see us on backend. But if we unmute ourselves, our video will show up again, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Is there anything that I can do for you before going live?
I don't think so.
Yeah. Also, Rebecca, is there anything I can share with the audience during your talk on the chat?
Like you mean like a link or something like that? Yeah, I could maybe send you the article that is what I'm talking about. Sorry, my tongue will work better in a few minutes, I hope.
No worries.
Should I send that in the chat?
Yeah, yeah, for all panelists, yes. Or you can send for all people if you want to start off.
I don't see how I can share a file in the chat.
Oh, no, I guess file is not possible. You have to send a link, but
okay, I could send a Dropbox link maybe.
Okay, great. That is 5. I'm going to broadcast if there's not any question.
I'm going to let people in now. Is that fine?
Yes. Okay. Okay, hello everybody. Welcome to this session. My name is Roosbear. I'm a postdoc researcher at Coding Labs in the University of Pennsylvania, and I'm very delightful to have 3 amazing speakers that are talking about motor system with different flavors like resting states, music and dance, and cerebral ataxia. I'm really looking forward to their talks and their amazing discussion that's coming up. Before starting off, I want to kindly, again, remind you, probably I've seen it in the other Zoom here, that you have a Q&A button at the bottom of your screen that you can ask a question directly to the speaker. And after the end of the talk, if there's a time, I will rehearse the question for the all audience. And also you can write in the chat and participate in discussion. I really encourage you to do so and post useful links if you think it's useful for others. And if you want to introduce right now, it's a good time to start right now. And we are very happy to know you. And last thing is that we are encourage you again, if you are going to retweet or tweet about the conference, use the hashtag NMC3 in order to find all the relevant information. Okay, so let's start off by the first speaker, Brian Greeley. He's a postdoc at the University of British Columbia. And in his PhD in Michigan University, he used TTCS to find the causal relationship between the particular brain regions and motor learnings. And today he's going to talk about multiple bouts of high intensity exercise and its effect on resting state functional connectivity and implicit motor learning in healthy older adults. Thank you, Brian, for joining us, and we are looking forward to your talk.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks for the introduction. I'm Brian. So a little bit of background here. We know that with aging comes a decline in sensory motor function, and this decline affects activities of daily living and ultimately older adults' independence. We know that the population of older adults continues to grow, so this is a real problem. And basically, we need effective interventions that mitigate this decline. So exercise has emerged as a promising candidate to do so. It's safe, it's inexpensive, most people can do it, and they can do it in a variety of ways. So effects of motor learning, the effects of exercise on motor learning has been studied a decent amount, especially in young adults. This is one such example from Laura Boyd's lab, my current advisor. Here participants exercised or rested for 20 minutes, then participated and then practiced in a serial targeting task, and then came back into the lab 24 hours later. So in the task, participants are moving a mouse to a series of targets. Only 2 targets are shown at a time. And the numbers here are just for illustrative purposes. Participants don't see that. But sometimes these targets are following a repeating pattern, and other times there's no pattern, and participants are moving to a series of targets in a random order. So you would expect that here that exercise would maybe facilitate learning in terms of the repeated sequence. But when we look in day 1, it has no effect. However, when participants come back a day later for the retention, this benefit emerges for the exercise group limited to the repeated sequences as shown in the green. So exercise seems to affect motor learning, but not necessarily skill acquisition. And switching gears a little bit here, talking about resting state. So resting state is this idea that 2 separate brain regions are denoted here by a blue and red circle. Basically are coupled, temporally coupled in time in terms of their bold response. So you can see that if the blue increases in the bold signal, the red also increases. So we would say that they're functionally coupled. Older adults show age-related declines in resting state connectivity as well. So exercise may emerge as this potential effective intervention and maybe mitigating these problems with resting state. So one such network where older adults show disruptions is default mode network. This is kind of a default state our brains go into at rest. This is some nice work by Michelle Voss's group where participants were scanned first, did 30 minutes of rest or exercise, and then scanned again. And this is just a snapshot of the results. But here I want you to draw it to panel C where it shows older adults greater than young adults. And just showing, I don't know if you can make it out here, but there's some arrows here, a yellow and pink arrow, showing that there's increases between the resting state network, default mode network, and these medial prefrontal regions. And then finally, there's a lot of evidence to suggest that aerobic exercise preferentially targets the hippocampus. Here's some work by Art Kramer's group showing that the hippocampus actually increases in volume after 6 months and a year later for an aerobic exercise group shown in blue, but not a stretching group. And this seems to be just limited to the hippocampus. So a couple of unknowns about the literature. Does exercise affect motor learning in older adults similar to what I showed you with Meng et al.? So does it affect exercise and not acquisition? That's currently an open question. The Voss article, or I'm sorry, yeah, Michelle Voss's work with the single bout of resting state or single bout of exercise on resting state we know that exercise basically changes resting state functional connectivity, but we don't know how that would change on days without exercise. And finally, the two examples that I showed you seem to be from separate streams, right? Changes in resting state functional connectivity due to exercise, changes in behavior due to exercise, but we don't know how these occur simultaneously or whether one occurs and the other doesn't. So this study tries to address those gaps. Study design for the current study is 11 session design. Participants come in, do a stress test, get their maximum amount of wattage they could do on a bike. Then there's a baseline resting state scan. And then the meat of the study is pairing either exercise or rest with the serial targeting task seen down here. So this is just kind of blown up of session 4 through 8. And then session 9, we bring participants back for a 24-hour retention and then another post-intervention scan. And then 35 days later, they come back to see long-term retention. Participants are randomized into either an exercise group or a resting group. The rest group just watches a nature documentary. The exercise group jumps on this SciFit bike for 23 minutes. Participants do a 5-minute warm-up at 10 watts. Then they go high intensity for 3 minutes and low intensity for 3 minutes. The high intensity is 75% of their maximum achieved wattage during the stress test. So it's this alternating high intensity, low intensity, total 23 minutes. Here are the demographics of the current sample, about 20 per group, older adults, cognitively intact. So hypotheses here is that exercise would increase functional connectivity, especially in networks and brain regions shown to be preferentially targeted by exercise. This includes the hippocampus and default mode network. And then similar to young adults, I also hypothesized that exercise would enhance motor learning, but not necessarily acquisition. So experimental setup here, I told you that in the Mang article with young adults, participants reached to a series of targets that was on a mouse. Here, participants are doing it on an N-arm, kin-arm robot. So participants are holding a robotic arm and it's frictionless and they're moving it to a series of targets. Over here, participants start out in the target. They're moving that robotic arm that controls a cursor represented by this little black dot, and they're moving it to a target as quickly and accurately as they can. Once it's held in the target for 500 milliseconds, it turns green. The old target disappears and a new one appears, and then they're moving to that one. So they're doing this as quickly and accurately as possible, and they don't know that there's a sequence in here. But remember that they are moving to a series of targets, sometimes that have a pattern, and then other times they're moving to a series of targets that are random. So a little bit about the methods. I analyzed the resting state functional connectivity in Con. Of note, participants are just lying in the scanner. It's task-free and they're lying with their eyes open. I did this 2 ways, analyzing the data in 2 ways, a data-driven approach using ICA. And I basically looked at the ICA and divided it into 20 components. And then I did a more hypothesis-driven approach doing seed to voxel, dropping seed regions in bilateral hippocampus, bilateral parahippocampus, and amygdala. So results from the ICA are pretty interesting. Of all the components or networks that the ICA identified, these are 3 that showed differences between the exercise group and the rest group. Of note, I'm going to show you the cerebellar network, which is our most novel finding. So basically, in the cerebellar network, we saw increases between the cerebellar network to the left putamen. Now, we also saw other increases in functional connectivity limited to the frontal parietal network and the dorsal attentional network, but that has been shown before by Michelle Voss's group. So the cerebellar is maybe the more novel and interesting findings here. Seed to voxel based approach, the seed regions again were these 3, and I'm showing you right now when I dropped the seed region in the left amygdala, we saw increases to the right CRUS1 and CRUS2 of the cerebellum. And that's what's being depicted here. We saw no differences between the exercise and rest group in the parahippocampus, and neither in the right hippocampus or right amygdala seed region. What I did think is interesting is based on the left, these increases in functional connectivity between the left hippocampus and left amygdala, specifically to the cerebellum. I added an additional seed regions of the cerebellum, lobules 1 through 10, to kind of further assess what's going on in the cerebellum. And as it turns out, we saw increases to the limited to the exercise group. So increases between lobule 9 of the cerebellum to middle temporal gyrus and lobule 10 of the cerebellum. And that was limited basically middle temporal gyrus, inferior temporal gyrus, and superior temporal gyrus, shown here. When we look at the behavioral data, there's no differences between the groups, interestingly. So up is more learning. We would expect people learn, in which they do. And what I'm showing you here is a difference between the random and the sequence bits. And that's all relative to the first time they actually do the pattern. So people are learning, but there's no difference between the two groups. And that is also true when we brought in participants back in 24 hours later and 35 days later. So just to summarize here, I saw changes or increases in functional connectivity, which were limited to the exercise group. And there seemed to be 2 players that kept popping up, both in ICA and the seed-based approach. And that was the cerebellum and the temporal lobe. We saw no benefit of exercise on learning, and this might have to do with the task. So there's this nice meta-analysis that came out by Weiner et al. Showing that exercise may affect learning when you use adaptation type of tasks, but not necessarily sequence tasks. And so I think our results are pretty intriguing and promising. I think there's a lot of definitely more follow-up studies to kind of figure out these parts. The main one is an additional group. Is it exercise alone or exercise plus the learning that are driving these effects? And then kind of further follow-up studies to look at adaptation versus sequence learning, and then the order, exercise following or learning following exercise versus learning first and then exercise. So with that, I'd like to thank funding for this project and also the whole Brain Behavior Lab, Laura's lab. It's a big study, a lot of people were involved, and thanks. If you have any questions that I can't get to, definitely reach out and let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. That was an amazing question. If you have a question, post it on Q&A. I can rehearse that question. I have a quick question. Did you see any change between the patterns that you said, like the random or patterns dots for the tasks that you had?
Yeah. So people tended, as expected. Yeah, you can't really see it here because I didn't show the raw data, but people are learning more in the repeated sequences than they are the random. However, because it's a complex task, people are still kind of gradually learning the random sequences over days, but not to the extent as the repeated sequences.
That's interesting. Like it's a combination of both adaptation and the exercise probably.
Yeah, they're definitely learning in both, but we see a larger extent in the repeated.
But I mean, wouldn't you expect to see a larger effect with just the standard sequencing? I mean, in practices of neurorehabilitation, you would expect to see later on differences and more extensive differences with random variables that are coming, or random sequences that are occurring, rather than like a completely blocked practice.
Yeah, so what I'm showing you here is the difference between the two. And it is interleaved, and maybe that, and that tends to be kind of how the typical sequence learning type of tasks are. There's usually a pattern flanked by random, and that's what's happening here. And so, yes, what typically happens is you see a nice decrease, exponential decrease in the repeated targets, and that tends to plateau out, although we didn't really see this plateau out. This was a 6-element sequence over 5 days, so people were still somewhat learning even by day 5, and then random tends to plateau earlier on. So yeah, this is, when you break it up between repeated and random, this is what you would expect to see, and we saw that.
Thank you, Brian. Sorry, we don't have time. We had one question, but we can answer right now. I have to go to the next talk. That was amazing. Thank you so much. So the next speaker is Rebecca Branstempo from York University. She's a PhD student working with Dr. D'Souza and is going to deliver an interesting talk about dancing and music. If you are into art, that is a talk that you have to listen to that. And her talk today is about multi-network visual motor training to cite music investigated with mobile EEG. Thank you, Rebecca, and we are looking forward to your talk.
Great. Okay, can you see me and hear me?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Awesome. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for the introduction. It was really nice to follow the talk beforehand, because I'm also looking at motor learning in a more naturalistic environment, also with applications for neurorehab. So I'm going to try to very succinctly go over a project that we did last year in Berlin that was specifically looking at motor learning associated with dance. That we investigated by having people learn a brief 30-second choreography. And we actually used mobile EEG, so we had a live feed while people were learning. I'm just going to very quickly, you can see the live feed coming in, and you can see what we saw from the control room up in the top corner. I'll talk more about that. But so we have people moving through space learning a 30-second choreography. And this is part of work that I do with a couple different groups that are interested on the neurobiological effects of dance. So I'm going to give you a little bit of background and context for the study, a little bit of description of what we do, and then hopefully have some time to maybe answer some questions or have some further discussion. So a few years ago, people in the lab that I work with at York University did a study with expert dancers, looking at learning while they were acquiring the choreography for a dance. The main finding from this that was interesting and that we were building on is people were scanned at several points, 4 points, before they learned, at 1 week of learning, 7 weeks, and then at 34 weeks when they knew the sequence to the point that they were performing it regularly. And there was a very clear curve in learning from specifically an activation of SMA. So at 7 weeks, we see the bold signal from SMA is very, very strong. And at 34 weeks, it drops out. So this is suggestive that there's some kind of network reorganization, or there's some kind of plasticity going on that has to do with the learning of a motor sequence. With that same group, we've been collecting data on people with Parkinson's who have been dancing regularly at National Ballet School. They come and they take a 1-hour course, a 1-hour class. And one of the consistent findings we have looking at that group, and this is EEG data, is that there's a clear bump in alpha power over frontal areas after class. And this bump is even more pronounced in the people with Parkinson's. So this is very kind of sparse and simple data. This is collected with an emotive cap, just 14 channels, but it was a very clear and consistent result. And we were wondering if this bump in alpha power might be associated with the learning, and if that learning is really driving the process of network reorganization that might be contributing to some of the other benefits that we see. So I went to Berlin to a lab there that had the capacity to do mobile imaging because, well, as you know, dance happens in space. And I thought that it's important that we can investigate what is happening while people are learning in space in a real environment. There's a lot of research emerging suggesting that dance is neuroprotective and neurorehabilitative, but a lot of that research is either happening in a pre-post testing setup, or using fMRI or something so that people cannot move and they're responding to stimuli like video, or in the case of the first study I told you about, they are imagining, remembering the steps of a dance that they have learned, but they're not moving in space. So the study design and hypotheses that I'm going to tell you about is published this summer in an article in European Journal of Neuroscience. And if you're interested, please read it. Let me know if you want to talk about anything in there. I'd be happy to. So our hypotheses, we had a whole bunch of them. As you realize, probably dance is incredibly complex. So we're not looking at one set of movements. It's using all of the body. Dance is also spatially oriented and temporally constrained. Often that temporal constraint is coming in the form of music, and the movement with the music can also have to do with expression. It can have emotional content. So we were trying to really delimit things as much as possible in order to get some nice clean data. So we really tried to cut it back to specifically motor learning through creating very brief 30-second choreographies that were very simple in many ways. Also, that was to do with the equipment constraints and trying to limit the amount of jitter that we were getting. And we also used synth-generated music. So it was music that no one had heard before. It had no emotional connotations that people would have overtly. And we actually had participants rate it pre and post for their affective response. Most people rated it very low the first time they heard it. And interestingly, it went up afterwards. And if there's time, I might talk about that towards the end. So we wanted to look at how motor learning associated with dance affects brain dynamics at rest, as we saw in previous alpha studies, or moving through space. We wanted to look for evidence of short-term plasticity. There's emerging evidence of long-term plasticity associated with dance. Can we see some seed for that in a 1-hour setup? We wanted to look at the difference between watching, doing, learning, visualizing, and performing, and also how is it different to watch a person moving live as opposed to watching a video stimuli. And then I have a couple of pet questions for me, because I'm coming to you from the dance department, is can dance create an environment like VR? So this lab that we're in often uses virtual reality to create their setup. We wanted to look at, we choreographed the parameters of the study. So where the person went, what they had to do, that was all part of the choreography. And I also was very interested in what does it mean to be dancing? So phenomenologically, what was the experience like for people? Here's our setup. These are the different stages. So we did collect resting state pre and post. We also had people walk a predetermined path through the space that they would be naive to on their first trial. And then there were 2 subsequent trials where they were learning this path. And this also functioned as a bit of a warm-up. Then we did a more physical warm-up, moving through different body parts and really getting the person moving. The subject then watched a video. They watched a video of a 30-second choreography they learned, as well as one they did not learn, although they did not know which is which. They then watched the teacher, that was me, perform the choreography that they would learn 6 times. They then did it with me, and they had as many trials as it took to reach a criteria of 80% accuracy rated by an independent rater. Interestingly, that we really saw a difference in participants, whether they had dance experience or not, as to how long it took them. Once they reached that criteria, they imagined performing the dance 6 times, then they performed it 6 times. And then once again, on the way out, they watched the videos again, the one they had learned, the one they did not. Of course, now they recognize the one they learned. They did the spacewalk again, and then we collected a resting state again at the end. So quickly, here is what we did. It's 30 seconds. Not sure how well you can see that. I tried to maximize for video sharing, but you can see the person. This is about 6 learning trials. So you can see they're still making a slight mistake and correction, and then they're going on, but you can also see all the equipment they're wearing. So just to give you a sense of what it was, this is the motion capture data. I'm at the front, the subject's at the back. So we have a lot of data to analyze here. And we have not even really begun to really dive into it. So I'm just going to share a couple of things right off the top that we were able to grab. So one thing, as I mentioned, is that there was a really clear differentiation between expert and novice learners. Novice learners took closer to about 17 trials to be able to accomplish the choreography, and experts took a maximum of 8. And I think that the lowest that we had is that someone actually was able to do it within 2 trials. So obviously experts are mobilizing different skills in order to be able to execute this quickly. And just very briefly, also, this is like just grabbing one of our independent components. We still have a lot of cleaning to do on this data. There are a lot of motion artifacts, but we were able to get a sense that I think we've got some signal coming from somewhere near SMA. We're going to have to do a source localization to try to really dig in and see that better. But we're excited that we have data that we can actually look at, because one of the ideas behind this experiment was also a proof of concept. Is it possible to collect mobile imaging data while people are dancing? So with that, I want to say thank you very much. Thanks for listening. Obviously, I don't do this alone. I do a lot of this work with Joe D'Souza's lab at York, and this study specifically was done with Klaus Graumann's lab, B-Mobile in Berlin. I'm from York University and funded by Shirk and MyTax, and these are some of the other people that we collaborate with on some of our other work. Ta-da.
Thank you so much. That was amazing talk and so fascinating. And I'm pretty sure that's not easy to have a dance with a backpack here. Amazing.
Yeah.
So,
it's true.
Chelsea asked that was that any cadence, like what was the cadence of the music for the video that you showed, I guess, or the experiment that you had?
I have to double check, but it was, I matched all of the music, and it was like a pretty standard, like what you would find listening to most popular music. I don't remember exactly the BPM, but I picked something that was pretty standard. And it didn't have a really clear, we kept the rhythmic part, like it didn't have a drum, like we kind of kept that a bit washy, also to make it more about learning the motor pattern rather than really driving it with the rhythm. But of course, it does have a rhythm.
I believe that there are a bunch of data that you are going to process, but does it like change the whole pattern? Like if you have the higher or lower rhythm here?
With the music, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, we kept the music the same. So we don't have a comparison. We don't have a different type to compare it to. So both of the music stimuli were matched. So I can't answer that specific question, but that is something that would definitely be interesting to look into. There's tons of follow-up that we would like to do, including going back and getting a bit more data on experts and novices so we could really split and do a comparison. And we're very interested in looking at what kind of networks are involved for the experts while they're watching the video stimuli at the beginning, because it seems like they're already learning. Whereas the novices, it was clear they didn't quite know what they were looking at that point.
There was a question by Kelvin Jones that he asked that when participants were imaging the dance, did you play the music for a template alignment?
Yes, we did. Yes, we tried to make it so that we'll be able to look at the imaging, like the imagination, exactly the same and match it to when they are learning and when they're moving through space. And I'm super excited about that data because it's going to be one of the first like really real-time, real space controls we have of, you know, really, is it the same to be imagining something as it is to be doing it? We're going to have to clean out some of the motor artifacts, but I'm hoping there might even be a couple of areas that we can do a direct comparison, really moment by moment for those 30-second bins.
That was great. Thank you so much, Rebecca. I'm pretty sure that there are so much interesting results coming up, and we are very excited to hear back again. Thank you so much. So before further ado, I'm going to introduce the last speaker. We have Chelsea McPherson from the Columbia University, and she's a PhD student working with Dr. Quinn, and her works revolves around exercise-induced plasticity, and motor learning in neurodegenerative diseases. So today she's talking about prime motor learning trial exercise in those with cerebral ataxia, a pilot study. Thank you, Chelsea, for joining us, and we are looking forward to your talk.
Okay, so I'm gonna just share my screen and we're gonna get going on this one. All right, so all right, so I'm going to be presenting on priming motor learning through exercise in individuals with cerebellar ataxia. This is a pilot study. This is also a methodology sort of piece. So we're gonna get going on this. I need to get rid of this little thing. Okay, so I'm just going to give a broad overview of what spinocerebellar ataxia is. It's an incredibly rare disease. It's neurodegenerative in nature, and it presents at any point from infancy to adulthood. There are so many types of spinocerebellar ataxia, as you can see, one all the way up to potentially 48. And the most common being SCA3, followed by SCA1, 2, 6, and 7. No, that doesn't work. Okay. So in terms of the spinocerebellar symptoms, it's characterized by a progressive decline in movement ability. Hallmark signs and symptoms include incoordination, imbalance, impaired gait, impaired motor learning. And those symptoms contribute to an array of functional limitations, loss of independence, increased risk for falls, and ultimately increased medical dependency. There is no cure, and it's considered to be a progressive and irreversible disease. So we know that even though there's no cure, rehabilitation stands as that cornerstone sort of intervention to be able to help people with spinocerebellar ataxia. And in fact, rehabilitation interventions hold great promise for improving physical function and delaying disease progression. However, research specifically into SCA and rehabilitation remains limited. There is and that's especially so for remote and hybrid interventions. So why do I even bring that up? I think that there's a glaring issue, of course, with the pandemic. We want to make sure that our patients are going to be safe. But what we found from turning everything remote is that it improves access, it diversifies our sample, we get a greater understanding of the disease progression because it doesn't just happen in one particular group. It happens in a multitude of groups. And so that makes our results more generalizable. There's the potential for our results to be translated and implemented clinically quite readily. So in terms of the rehab approaches, like I said, there are very few studies investigating remote rehabilitation interventions, but what we do know is that rehab can improve functional mobility, measures of coordination and balance, and that continuity of training is absolutely critical. And that's another push for the remote rehabilitation intervention. So let's dive a little bit deeper in terms of the balance training. So we know that balance training reduces the risk of falls in neurodegenerative diseases in older adults. And highly challenging balance training programs actually can enhance motor ability in neurodegenerative diseases. And so that's a piece of that neuroplasticity, that piece of neurorehabilitation that we need to have it individualized, task specific, and highly challenging to evoke any change that's going on in the brain. So going on a little bit further, in particular with spinocerebellar ataxia, like I had said, there are some differences with them because they have impaired motor learning, as well as, of course, balance and gait impairments. And so what Amy Bastian and Suzanne Morton did back in 2006 was absolutely that light bulb moment where balance training was actually proven to be more effective than just gait training alone at improving gait in people with spinocerebellar ataxia. And to me, that was a huge piece that we're actually going to be carrying through with this intervention. In terms of the aerobic exercise, we know that vigorous intensity aerobic exercise, as investigated in other neurodegenerative diseases, highly so with Parkinson's, has led to increased angiogenesis, release of neuroprotective factors, increased neuroplasticity, and enhanced motor and cognitive function. But what about exercise for spinocerebellar ataxia? Well, there are two studies. So there was one that found that exercise was safe, which is great. And the other actually was a remote exercise intervention that was of vigorous intensity. And that was shown to be safe and effective. So moving on from there, recent rehab literature actually supports priming aerobic exercise to enhance task-specific motor training in individuals with neurodisorders. But what exactly does that mean? So aerobic exercise in neurodegenerative diseases, the question is, should we prime or should we consolidate? So just as a definition, you guys probably already know this, but priming is the use of aerobic exercise prior to intensive task-specific training, and that has been shown to enhance motor learning. Consolidating is the use of aerobic exercise post-intensive task training, and that enhances consolidation and motor memory deposition. So for the purpose of this particular study, given that we have individuals that have impaired motor learning, impaired balance, this is sort of our evolution of thought, where we have the aerobic exercise can just open those floodgates to enhance neuroplasticity, but it's difficult to maintain vigorous intensity aerobic exercise for long periods of time. So the question is, what about introducing HIIT, high intensity interval training? Could that be more receptive to our patients? And then priming, of course, over consolidation because of its motor learning benefits for spinocerebellar ataxia. Again, balance training over other gait-related training programs. And then can this be done remotely? So that leads me to my purpose. Could aerobic exercise, in fact, prime the brain to enhance motor learning for enhanced functional independence? That's the big question of thought. And our hypothesis is that activation of those neural circuitries following aerobic exercise can lead to downstream retention of cognitive and motor skills, and that can provide that crucial link to enhance motor performance while facilitating motor learning in individuals with spinocerebellar ataxia. We also know that exercise interventions are optimally positioned as both not only an intervention to slow disease progression, but also to evaluate the responsiveness of outcome measures in a use for potential clinical trials in the future. So our significance, while prior efforts to restore normal functioning in SCA specifically have been incredibly hindered by that destructive nature of the disease process, and as these patients can commonly exhibit profound motor learning deficits. So the use of motor priming offers an opportunity to change the disease course, address those deficits in motor learning, and improve functional independence within this disabling disease. So our study aim is to determine the feasibility of a remotely delivered 8-week high intensity exercise intervention for the purpose of motor priming in individuals with SCA. The plan is to evaluate initially recruitment, retention, and adherence rates, as well as acceptability of the remotely delivered exercise intervention. So testing it out, we're going to have a multiple baseline design and then pre and post measures. Our methods of inclusion, of course, we're choosing to go with adults with SCA 1, 2, 3, 6, and 7, which are their most common. They have to be showing clinical signs of cerebellar ataxia, and that would be rated on the SARA scale. They have to have ability to safely ride an exercise bike and walk with or without an assistive device, and a caregiver needs to be present. Exclusion criteria is, of course, any additional neurological disease or cardiopulmonary disease that would prohibit them from engaging in exercise. So in terms of our intervention, we have the high intensity interval training and the intensive balance training. Total time will be 60 minutes per session, twice a week for 8 weeks for a total of 16 sessions, all via telehealth. Diving in deeper, aerobic exercise, we're going to have the 5 minutes of warm up followed by 30 minutes of HIIT training and then 5 minutes of cool down. We chose an exercise intensity between 65 to 85% of heart rate reserve, and that was chosen based on prior studies investigating HIIT training specifically in neurodegenerative diseases. The participants will be wearing a Fitbit Charge heart rate device for monitoring intensity and activity, and the rating of perceived exertion scale as well as heart rate will be conducted and documented every 5 minutes. In terms of the balance training, we'll have 20 minutes of balance training that will be individually tailored to each participant. It's at that just right challenge for them. And that's going to include static measures as well as dynamic, depending on whatever their functional level is. And these balance training programs will be in part based on previously used training protocols for SCA, as well as other neurodegenerative diseases. In terms of our outcome measures, we have disease-specific measures, including the SARA scale, as well as Cerebellar Cognitive Affective Scale, both of which will be administered by our study neurologist. We will have digital biomarkers of function, including the timed up and go test and the static postural sway test. And we're actually using Encephalog, which is a smartphone app from Montfort, which they're based out of Israel. And we're hoping to validate that for spinocerebellar ataxia. And in terms of physical fitness, we'll be doing a modified CPET and of course the continuous heart rate monitoring, and then patient reported outcomes include the ABC scale and the neuro quality of life. Then of course the standard metrics of and measures of feasibility, recruitment, adherence, retention, acceptability. In terms of our clinical implications, this project will provide knowledge on the feasibility of measuring clinical outcomes and delivering an exercise intervention while remotely and additionally developing functional biomarkers for clinical trial readiness and SCA. This is one part to a series of different interventions. So you guys, I guess, will have to just sort of stay tuned for that. So I open the floor to any questions you have.
Thank you so much, Chelsea. That is a promising study that's going on. The question, there's an open question. If you want to post question, audience can ask question. I have a quick question. So this is like all things remotely, right?
It's all remote.
Yeah, and what is the mechanism that you are thinking that if you have the high intensity, it may change the ataxia? Like, what's the biological? Is there any biological evidence for that?
There have been sort of studies in the past about trying to enhance the ataxia from exercise, but it's primarily from just increasing what we're going to be doing is collecting blood eventually, and also be doing. There's a potential for a cerebellar EEG, but we're still trying to figure that out to better understand the pathophysiological nature of what's going on. So there's not, right now in the cerebellar literature, there's not really the best defined path to be able to understand this mechanism. So that's why we're trying to investigate a little bit further.
Awesome. There's a question, Joe asked that I would like to know the encephalographic use of the phone gyros. Do you have a comment on that?
Of the
encephalographic, yeah, encephalographic use of the phone gyro.
Oh, the frontal gyrus?
The phone, cell phone.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, so it's actually, it's a typical iPhone app, and all of the data is sort of securely documented within this app. And I'm happy to send you the link in the resource to Encephalog, because it's a relatively new app that's come out, and it does measure, of course, the tug test as well as static sway. But what happens is the patients actually have a chest strap, and so they put their smartphone onto their chest and they perform all of the tests that way. And then all of the data is just immediately sent to their site in Israel, where then they generate out a list of the outcomes for that. So I'm happy to send that along.
Sure. I see as also Joe sent us the email. Thank you so much. That was great. And we are actually run out of the time. And thank you again, all the participants for today. That was amazing talks. And we are very keen for the next results that you have. That was very interesting, all the talks. Thank you so much for participating for today's session, and have a nice rest of the day.
Thanks.
Thank you. Great talks, everyone.
Yeah, this is a really great session.
I'll be emailing both of you.
Cool. Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
Okay, hello everyone. Thank you for attending this interactive session. It's just all so new for us. Thank you, Roosby, if I'm just pronouncing your name correctly. Sorry I just entered late. So today I'm going to present my work on understanding the tactile motion coordinate transforms that happen in the somatosensory cortex I've been working with Greg DeAngelis, Ralph Hafner, and Manuel Gomez Ramirez at the Haptic Perception Lab. Please feel free after the talk to interact, and this is my email ID for the same. Okay, so what do we know about tactile motion so far? From PACE 2008 study, we know, like in the MT cortex, the local motion cues on the sensory area are pulled together, and that gives us the perceived direction, which with gradually then approaches the vertical direction. As envisioned, there's conflict between the cues. So if you see this grating over there, so these two gratings are contradictorily moving, one towards the left, one towards the right, but the vertical motion they give a sense of is downwards. So as envisioned, the conflict between the cues from the terminators, which is any of these red points here, is resolved by, and the other local motion cues, which are the component areas here, which are the green and the purple ones here, are resolved over time, so that we perceive the direction as the vertical direction. In PACE 2011 study, they found out that area 3B in the somatosensory cortex was the one that was responding to these local cues, which are these component vectors, the purple and the green ones. And the higher processing stages were performed in area 1 of the somatosensory cortex, which was integrating component 1, component 2, which are the green, purple, and the red, the terminator guys over there, to give the vertical motion, which also they put out a model called the full vector average model, which was a weighted integration of these terminator and component direction to give the vertical direction. The problem with these studies was that they were only performed with the hand only placed in one position. So building a bit of intuition here about proprioception. Proprioception is basically the modulation of the hand by the arm proprioceptors. Just bringing up this anecdotal example, if you hold an object in the supinated position and it moves from the fingertips to the mid pad of your fingers, the object is perceived to move downwards. Now, if you again hold this object in the pronated position, which is this position right here on the right side, the object again appears to go downwards, but now it's moving from the mid pad to the fingertip motion. And this is the basic question that we want to answer through our experiment, that in these, there's like a coordinate transformation that is happening, that the same motion on the hand is represented differently just because there's another added component called proprioception. So to study this design, we had this following experiment design. Basically, we had a 2AFC task where the subjects had to tell whether the stimulus was moving away or towards the thumb edge of their palm. And then the second task, which we called the left-right task, the subjects had to tell whether the stimulus was moving leftwards or rightwards with respect to the center of their body. The proprioceptive transformations that we did throughout was that there are 3 different postures involved. So now, compared to the PACE studies that I introduced before, there are multiple proprioceptive states involved. And we asked the subjects to what we call a vertical position, a horizontal position, and the inverted vertical position of the hand. And the subjects basically had to decipher these 2 tasks when the stimulus was presented in 12 different directions in steps of 30 degrees. These are also just the stimulus properties there, which I'm just going to quickly skip by. Through this experiment design, we predicted that we're going to see these couple of things here. One, in the skin-centric motion, which was the idea of whether the stimulus is moving away or towards the thumb. They are derived from the full vector average model, which were predicted by Pei, and are independent of the proprioceptive modulation. So no matter the hand is in horizontal, inverted, vertical, or vertical position, we're going to see the same skin-centric motion. But in the egocentric motion case, where the representations are now derived by a coordinate transform of the motion information that was presented on the skin, that would be indeed controlled by the proprioceptive state of the arm. And that brings us to the results that we found when we conducted this 2FC task with these two task designs. First, I'm going to present the results of the away towards the thumb task, which was the skin-centric task in which we predicted that the modulation was going to be independent of the proprioceptive modulation. So if we look at the red curve here and we see the away towards the thumb task, 0-degree case is always going to be towards the thumb. I made the infographic wrong. So 0-degree is always going to be away from the thumb, but in this case, 0-degree is always 0-degree is always away from the thumb, right? Exactly. So the proportion of responses we see towards the thumb go down to 0. And this is the vertical case. So I'm just looking at the green plot here. And as soon as I move towards 180-degree, I totally move towards the thumb. So I see 180 at 180-degree, also at -150 almost, I see stimulus responses going towards the thumb. Same is the case if I have it in the inverted vertical condition now. That 180-degree is going to be always towards the thumb, away is going to be always 0-degree, because the motion on the skin is not modulated by the proprioceptive state. We see the same thing in the horizontal case. Now comes the case where we do have proprioceptive modulation, was the idea of the task of the left-right task. This could be seen a transformation of these curves by different amounts by these modulations. So now we come back to the vertical case, which is going to be exactly same here as the away towards the thumb case, because the discrimination line for the both of them are overlapping. So the left cases were also the cases which were away from the thumb, and the right were the cases which were also towards the thumb. In the inverted vertical case, we see a direct inversion. What was previously away, what was away from the thumb becomes right instead of left. So vertical condition is a totally opposite of the inverted vertical condition, and that's why we see total inversion there. For the horizontal case, which is the blue curve here, we see a 90-degree phase shift of the curves from the away towards the thumb task to the left-right task. We were also able to model these predictions from a Bayesian Q integration model. Here, these are the two different generative models we used for the different tasks. X is just the stimulus generated, like the noisy stimulus around the experimenter set value E with a variance sigma. SH is the possible states in the hand-centric coordinate frame, which was the away towards the thumb task here. So whatever the motion on the hand is, sigma p is just the variance of the possible stimulus states. For the left-right task now, H is the proprioceptive transformation, which leads to the transformation between those two curves. SW is now the state in the egocentric coordinate frame, which was the left-right case we discussed. And SH basically generates from SW in this case around this transformation now. And sigma h is just the variance in the proprioceptive transformation. So we have basically 4 parameters, 3 of which I introduced here, plus a bias parameter. And for the curves we saw previously, we were able to obtain similar results for individual subjects. So these are just like template results that we got from our Bayesian Q integration model, but we were able to fit it to individual subjects as well. In conclusion, we found that subjects can flexibly switch between these two coordinate representations. Individual subjects can be explained by a Bayesian optimal Q integration model. We are now also testing suboptimalities there and finding cases where we would land on degeneracy. So that's what we are working on the model next. Lastly, we are also analyzing EEG data while the subjects perform this experiment. So we can possibly locate coordinate transformation circuitries for future electrophysiological recordings that we want to do on monkeys. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Himanshu. That's a great talk. Unfortunately, we don't have that much time. So if there's a quick question, you can ask. Otherwise, we have to quickly go to the next session. If you want to type question, just go to Q&A. Does it change when you have like different position of the arm, like different fingers? This curve that you showed you.
So something that we are planning as a supplementary experiment is the idea that we do it on multiple fingers just to see if there's any bias when the subjects perform this on one finger instead of the other. So we do see some bias because the left index finger is closer to the thumb than the other fingers. So we do see some bias there. Yeah.
That's great. Yeah, that's very promising. Thank you so much, Ranshu, and for your talk. We have to go to next talk. Our next speaker is Wei Du from University of California in Santa Cruz. She's a PhD student working with Dr. Johnson Samha, and she's working on perceptual decision-making using drift decision models. And today she's going to talk about neural signature of subjective confidence in perceptual decision-making. Very interesting topic. Thank you for joining us, Wei, and microphone is yours.
Thank you, Rusby. Hi, everyone. I'm Wei. Today, I'm going to speak to my research looking at the neural signature of subjective confidence in perceptual decision-making. Drift diffusion model assumes that decisions are formed by continuously accumulating sensory information until one of the two response criteria or boundary is reached, representing by plus C and minus C in this plot. And once the boundary has been reached, the decision process is concluded and a response is elicited. According to the model, the stronger evidence is accumulated faster and reaches the decision boundary faster, like the dark green line shows. Whereas the weak evidence is accumulated slower, leading to a more difficult decision, which is shown by this light green line. An animal study focusing on the dynamic of parietal cortex has demonstrated that evidence accumulation could be related to confidence. High quality evidence leads to high confidence, but this effect hasn't been shown in human parietal cortex. What human studies have found is that the central parietal positivity and ERP component is related to accumulation to boundary dynamics of decision formation, supporting the drift diffusion model. Specifically, the build-up rate of CPP reflects the strength of the sensory evidence and the speed of evidence accumulation. The build-up rate was measured as the slope of a straight line fitting the CPP waveform represented by this green dashed line. And CPP ramps up faster for stronger evidence, one time log to stimulus onset and a time log to the response. Because we believe that evidence strength influences not only the speed of evidence accumulation, but also the subjective confidence on the decision, we examined whether the build-up rate of CPP can predict the subjective confidence in decision process in current study. So we used a motion discrimination task with 6 levels of coherence, and participants reported their decision and confidence in a single button press in a speak manner. Higher confidence means stronger sensory evidence or higher quality of the evidence. Here is the behavioral results. Confidence rating and accuracy increased with higher coherence level or stronger evidence, and subjects made faster response when the coherence level is higher. For the EEG data, we measured the signal from parietal electrodes, and the build-up rate was measured at the beta coefficient resulting from a straight line that fits to the CPP waveform. For example, this black dashed line is the fitted straight line for CPP on a 40% coherence level, and its beta coefficient or build-up rate is 0.064, corresponding to this point. We then regress the beta coefficients on coherence for CPP and found that the build-up rate of stimulus-aligned and response-aligned CPP are larger for higher coherence level. We also found that the build-up rate of stimulus-locked and response-locked CPP increased with faster response. And consistent with our hypothesis, we found that both stimulus-aligned and response-aligned CPP ramped up faster for high confidence than for low confidence. And then we break up the data by confidence and coherence to see how the confidence changes with different CPP slope at each coherence level. When we log the CPP to the response, the result shows that a higher build-up rate of CPP associated with higher confidence on the decision, regardless of the coherence level. So our study showed that confidence, response speed, and accuracy increase with stronger motion evidence as predicted by the drip diffusion model. And the build-up rate of CPP scales with sensory evidence strength and predicts the response time, indicating the evidence accumulation in the brain. The most important finding of our study is that when controlling the coherence level, CPP can still predict the confidence in decision formation. It suggests that CPP indexes subjective confidence of the observer, independent of the quality of the evidence. Well, that's about my study. Thank you for your attention. I'm open to questions and comments.
Thank you so much, Reed. That was an interesting talk. Again, if you have a question, type it in Q&A. And if you want to be on the screen, just write down. I can come back here if you have a follow-up question. Yeah, so for your talk, like, sorry, how many participants you had for this one?
I have 25 participants.
And right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I have also to say that since we don't have Himanshu here, if you have a question for him, because I see some email, some chat on that, you can ask him via email. But feel free to ask question here, and I can bring you here on the stage if you want to. So what is the, I'm very interested to see that what is the follow-up of this study that.
Yeah, as you can see here in the research design, we ask participants to rate their confidence and make their decision at the same time with the single pattern price. And in the result, EEG result, we see a two peak, like before participants' response. We thought that this first peak probably related to people's decision, and when after people make the decision, they rate their confidence here. So probably our next study will be separate the decision and confidence to see how this will, the EEG will go.
Have you looked at the frequency of these signals?
Yeah, we were trying to replicate a study of my advisor before to look at if the pre-stimulus alpha can predict participants' confidence. Unfortunately, we didn't find the similar results.
Was that the same area like CCP?
Yeah, the CPP in the parietal cortex. Yeah.
Yeah, so I see that it's a little bit curving down before going to response.
Yes. Normally people like have this peak when they have response for their decision. That's in previous study. Here in our study, we like participant make the decision and confidence at the same time. So the peak for the confidence probably have a delay compared to the decision.
Right. Okay, great. If anybody has a question, feel free to ask Reed. That is interesting talk, and I believe that we are going to hear more in future from her. Otherwise, if there's not any question, I guess we can wrap up here. And thank you again for interesting talk. And we are looking forward for all the talks. And I see that Sevji said that it's a clear talk. So thank you so much again, both of you. That was great talk. And see you in the rest of the Neuromatch Academy. I know that's a frustrating day. It's a bunch of talks, and that's going on for the whole 24 hours.
Yeah.
So be prepared. Have your energy bar somewhere close for the rest of the talks. Thank you again for joining us today, and see you all again. Thank you.